So we are all here because for one reason or the other, we are role players who want to contribute to improve South Africa's innovation to business and rates. We are all aware that South Africa battles, with that shift from idea to commercialization. And if you look at various status reports that are out there are clearly blockages in the line. For example, when we look at the STI, the latest STI indicators report from NACI, clearly we are improving our scientific output rates in terms of, patents. We are slightly turning, that graph, and our peer review articles also are rising. The graduation level also at PhD level is improving if we compare since 2001. However, we are not seeing the same trend, the same trend of extent happening when looking at idea to commercialization. So somewhere we do have a problem. Now we are all here because you are notable contributors to unlock this blockage that we are experiencing somewhere in this value chain. So today, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, the Department of Small Business Development, Trade, Industry and Competition, as well as the Academy of Science of South Africa, are jointly hosting today's Innovation for Inclusive Development seminar. The IID seminar series is the brainchild of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, which the Academy of Science of South Africa is the lead implementing agent on this. And overall, it is to catalyze that rate of innovation to commercialization, looking at across all sectors. And today, the purpose of the session is to showcase and promote access to opportunities that are available to innovators, entrepreneurs, as well as SMMEs during the journey that we talked about, from that idea when it comes through and how we put that into commercialization. Now we've got, as I've mentioned, participants that are online, as well as yourselves who are here in person. So let's just be aware also during the Q&A session that it is important that we switch on our mics. We all have got mics in our desk. So when it's active, it's supposed to be red, so that we just ensure that those are online can also get the audio. We will also be having presenters that are online. We've got a few now that have had to change to be online. But overall, we are hoping that by the time we leave today, especially for our entrepreneurs, that they would have had better information with regards to the opportunities that are there to assist, their ideas or their SMMEs to move up that scale that we're talking about. So I will not be wasting further time, but I would like us to kickstart the program that we have today by welcoming from the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, also another change in our program. It is no longer Dr. Musia, but Mr. Ephraim Palapala, who's the Deputy Director at the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, responsible for sustainable human settlements. If you can come to the podium. Thank you, Program Director, Dr. Melisutala, and greetings to the participants, both online and physical. And I guess I should also thank your team, Dr. Melisutala, for arranging this seminar. It was well organized. So, colleagues, I'm here to welcome you. But before I welcome you, maybe let me paint a story why we have had to have a seminar like this. I work in the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation.
I'm a Deputy Director in the Unit of Sustainable Human Settlement, so that looking at technologies that could be deployed in the human settlement space. We engage a lot with municipalities. We demonstrate our technologies at municipalities. Many of you would know that the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation is a national department. We don't have provincial municipal footprint. Now, when we engage with these municipalities, after we have presented what we want, what we are presenting, after we have shared what we want to share about our technologies for basic services and stuff, they will come back to us to say, we've got youth here in our area who have ideas, innovative ideas, but we don't know how to support them. We've got people here who want to start businesses. We don't know how to support them. So there is a whole range of youth and people aspiring to become business people. But as the municipality, we really do not have the funding or the means to support them. We will, every now and then share what we are doing with our entities, Technology Innovation Agency, Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, and what the universities are doing. But obviously, it will be with that specific municipality. We felt there is a need to broaden this up and engage, with stakeholders from rural areas, from far, so that we don't engage with people from out. Actually, for this seminar, those are online. I've extended an invitation to the people from Umtla municipality because they've made that specific request from us. They are online. I've extended an invite to the office of the Premier in Limpopo. I just did not check if they are online, but I've requested them to circulate the invite to the youth desk in different municipalities. I've circulated the invite to, I forgot the last municipality. Okay, it's the city of Cape Town. I've also requested them to log and attend this seminar online. The reason I wanted them to attend this seminar online, on many of our programs, when we look at our spatial footprint, we realize that we are highly concentrated in Cape Town, we are highly concentrated in Gauteng, and perhaps in KZN. We are not reaching these possible innovators in remote rural areas, in the townships and stuff. So we hope if we continue to have seminars like this, share the type of instruments we are having with people, perhaps we'll be able to reach the bigger audience. As the Department of Science and Innovation, we have a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Small Business Development, and they are here to share some of our instruments, some of their instruments. What would happen is that we would support people in some of our instruments and later on send them to the Department of Small Business Development to see if they can assist them. But the thing that the innovators keeps on calling us to say, now that we have supported us, what it is that we need to do. We felt it is not correct because there are instruments within government to assist these people. It is better we have a seminar like this, we present what we are having. It is not all that is happening in the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. Going forward, when we have seminars like this, we can even increase on the number of opportunities that are existing in the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. And they will also come as the Department of Small Business Development, so that it is not a once-off thing. It is not a Gauteng only thing. It also expands to other provinces so that we are able to reach those people that we normally would not reach them if we are in Gauteng. They will be sharing what it is that they are doing within the Department of Small Business Development. We will be sharing what is happening in the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. We couldn't get officials from the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, but going forward, I definitely think they will still come to share what it is that they are doing. Ultimately, we want to have an ecosystem that says to a person, if I have an idea, these are the possible instruments I can apply into. If I have an idea, perhaps I've got PhD, this one I don't qualify, I qualify into this one. Then if I've got a prototype, then I need assistance. This is where I can go into across different government departments. Then if I want to go into business, my idea is proven, has been tested somewhere. These are the instruments I can go into. So we want to have that ecosystem sort of, a page or portal that is able to link anyone to say, wherever you are in the innovation ecosystem, this is where you could go and seek support so that people don't call us. Perhaps if you call me, I don't answer the phone, it means your plan have crashed. But now if there is a portal, then everyone is aware of it. That portal will be able to assist people. So that's precisely why we thought we should have a seminar like this to share, to make awareness on some of our programs and to keep on having these awareness seminars perhaps in different provinces, perhaps in the township, so that we expose these programs to those that are needing them the most. So with those few words, colleagues, I wish to welcome you all to this seminar. And I hope you will enjoy what it is that we are going to share with you from different departments, from different programs in the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, and from the Department of Small Business Development. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thanks a lot, Ephraim. I think now even myself, I feel welcome because our lead department has already welcomed us all. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call to the podium Dr. Tebogo Mabota from the Academy of Science of South Africa, who manages the IID program on behalf of the DSI.
Think maybe I need a step ladder or something. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tebogo Mabota from the Academy of Science of South Africa. Mine is a small one just to welcome everyone that is here. But first of all, I would like to extend the welcome from the president of the Academy, Prof. Majosi, the newest president of our organization, and our executive officer, Professor Himla Sudial, and all the ASAF members that are here and those that are online. It gives us a great pleasure, really, to be hosting this seminar today. The Academy of South Africa is the only national academy in the country. And the mandate of the Academy really is to advise partners, in our case, government, but any other stakeholder. And how do we do this? We gather information and we disseminate to various partners. And this information really, we use scientific methods because we know that policy is very important. So we use scientific knowledge to advise government. And then IID seminars are one of those platforms where we come together in this manner. We gather information, we package it and disseminate it. And today it's all about presenting various opportunities that entrepreneurs, innovators, the youth, the SMMEs can use this information. So we really appeal to everyone that is present here today and those that are online, to pay rapt attention. There's going to be various opportunities that the various institutions are going to present on or about. We encourage everyone, just look for that opportunity that you can grab and say, this one, I want to pursue it, because entrepreneurs, SMMEs, are the key drivers, really, of economic growth. So if we can get them out there, whether it's from an idea or you have a prototype and you want to commercialize it, this is the opportunity for that, to look out for these opportunities. And as we said, we've been in partnership with the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation since 2018. So we've held several of the seminars on different topics, and we have seen the tremendous impact they have made. And we're also hoping that from today, we'll be hearing from you the wonderful things that you have achieved as a result of you being in this seminar. So with that, I'd like to extend a hearty, warm welcome to everyone. And we are happy that out of your busy schedules, you managed to be here. Even those that are online, please, all the questions, all the comments, put them online, and then we'll attend to them when we do the Q&A and discussions. Once again, thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, DSI and ASAF, for those welcoming remarks. Now that we're done with, the formalities, we can get into really the meat of today's session. I don't know if colleagues, you have realized that whenever it's an inauguration of a president, the program is never shared, publicly. And the reason for that, it's not only for safety or diplomatic reasons, but it's because of changes that happen at the last minute. So the program that you have, it has had changes, and just for your noting, mainly for this session in terms of the sequence, we'll still have the DSI starting, but we will then go to Nicole Kubanali as our second speaker from mobile applications, and then we'll go online for the tier presentations. So in terms of sequence, those are just the slight changes that you may want to note. So should you have colleagues that are targeting certain presentations, please just be aware of that change, that we're still going to start with the DSI and then go to MLab. They are all present here, and then online, the tier presentations will receive them from online. And then we'll have a Q&A session with all the presenters, whom I will request that after tier is done, those that are in person, I'll just call them to move to the front so that all the participants will have the opportunity to now engage with the presenters based on what they would have shared earlier on in their presentations. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you again. Maybe you should have just remained here for the first presentation on the grassroots innovation program. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to read all the bios because you've got them as copies in your program, so please consult those for the full brief. Over to you.
Greetings again, colleagues. Now I'm going to present to you on one of the instruments in the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, the Grassroots Innovation Program. But before I actually get onto the program itself, I'll just bring you into the department so that you understand how does it fit into the program or into the structure of the department. I want to see how this works, or do I write it? Okay, yeah. This is just briefly how my presentation is going to be. It's about 14 slides. I will obviously link the GIP with different instruments like policies in the department so that you understand what frames the GIP, how did we get to the GIP, and what it is that is offering those kind of things. Now, this is the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. We seek to boost socio-economic development in South Africa through research and innovation. I guess now that we are in the 7th administration, we will say through research, technology and innovation, because we have changed our name, but it may change, it may not change. And then we achieve these goals. To achieve these goals, the department provides leadership, enabling environment, and resources for science, technology, and innovation. Now, these are our strategic outcomes as the department, and is from 2019 to 2014. We are crafting the new ones now that we are in the 7th administration. But key was that we were seeking to have a transformed, inclusive, and responsive and coherent national system of innovation, to have human capabilities and skills for the economy and for development, increased knowledge generation and innovation outputs, knowledge utilization for economic development by revitalizing existing traditional industries, stimulating R&D-led industrial development, knowledge utilization for inclusive development, and innovation in support of a capable and developmental states. So the unit I come from mainly is responsive to the inclusive, and the one of about inclusivity, and then the one about the transformed, inclusive, and responsive national system of innovation. So this is where I'm placed. I'm in the unit of sustainable human settlements. There is another unit in the department called sustainable livelihoods. They work with municipalities to promote innovation for local development local economic development. And then on the other side, we support innovations for basic services. We are part of Innovation for Inclusive Development Chief Directorate. It is led by Dr. Musia, who could not be here to do the welcoming remarks because the minister has sent him somewhere. He's the Chief Director for Innovation for Inclusive Development. And then these are the other units within the same program, which is Program 5. Then we are part of Socio-Economic Innovation Partnerships, led by Dr. Moofesh. He's the DDG for Program 5. So when in the department they talk of Program 5, this is how the structure looks like. Now, on ASAF IID seminars, we've had these seminars with ASAF from as far back as 2018. We signed a contract with them to say, start arranging seminars for us. But it wasn't seminars for the sake of just having people to come and gather. It was seminars to inform our programs, but again, to learn from our interventions. So what we'll do, perhaps we'll have a project to say we want to connect communities in remote rural areas. We have one in the Eastern Cape, in the area of Umtata, very remote rural. Then we are using Wi-Fi to connect those people. Once we do that, we get the people in the policy space and the technical people to say, how do we run this thing as a program so that we are able to connect people in remote rural areas using Wi-Fi? How do we not step on the toes of the big communication giants when we are doing this thing, because they want to obviously occupy the space for themselves? Then when we have these seminars, the engagement lead us to say, this is the program we could have on a full scale, or perhaps it is not even worth having it on a full scale. So we've had seminars around innovative sanitation technologies, around ICTs in basic educations, and on the conceptualization of innovation for inclusive development for the department, on innovative building technologies, on disaster and risk management or communication in the municipal context, and on grassroots innovations, ICTs in agriculture, intellectual property protection for grassroots innovators, and affordable connectivity for rural areas. This, we had them so that we could decide which programs we are going to take forward as part of our innovation for inclusive development. So policy shifts in the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. Most of you will know that we've got a white paper on science, technology and innovation. Its focus is to increase focus on inclusivity, transformation and linkages in the NSI, enhance the innovation culture in society and government, improve policy coherence and budget coordination, develop a more enabling environment for innovation, develop local systems of innovation and support social and grassroots innovation. Let me not read them all because you are able to see them, but this is what the white paper is focusing on. And then we have the decadal plan, 10-year decadal plan for the implementation of white paper. It is focusing on manufacturing, agriculture, mining, digital economy, circular economy, health innovations, energy innovations, and innovation to enable capable states, as well as innovation in support of social progress. Now, these are the key interventions we are undertaking as the unit, that unit called Innovation for Inclusive Development. Grassroots Innovation Program, Technology Acquisition and Deployment Fund, Viability and Validations of Innovations for Basic Service Delivery, South African Sanitation Technology Enterprise Program, Innovation for Local Economic Development in Municipalities and Living Labs Program. So this program supports innovation from many fields. You come with innovations for basic service delivery, we put you in the VVISDP number 3. You come with sanitation technologies, we put you in a SUSTEP program. You come up with innovations, maybe that doesn't fall in any of these. It should fall within the grassroots innovation program because you don't have the demarcations there. And then you come with any other innovations that has been proven, we put you into the TADF program. My colleague will present later on the TADF program. So these are the programs we are undertaking as Innovation for Inclusive Development Chief Director. How did we come up with the grassroots innovation program apart from the policy seminars that I've mentioned? What we did, yeah. I was getting far from this thing. What I can say on this one is that we owe a lot to government of the Republic of India on the grassroots innovation program. The government of the Republic of South Africa had a memorandum of cooperation with the Republic of India. They will have some exchanges, visit India, India visit South Africa. When they got to India, they realized that India has got grassroots innovation program. And that grassroots innovation program is having a whole lot of innovation and assisting them to solve many of their problems and again contributing to the GDP. Then the South African delegates indicated that we'd want to start something like that in the Republic of South Africa. Then there were some exchanges. We had a pilot program on grassroots innovation program as the department, and then we had 4 innovators just to test if this is possible. And what you would ask yourself, why is it possible? Why did you have to test it? Many of you will know that the innovation landscape deals with people with PhDs, people with masters. Now here is people sitting in an informal settlements. He wants to come up with something to assist people in his area. Where does he get support? So we had to broaden up the national systems of innovation to accommodate these people and then come up with this program. So with India, we did exchange visit. We learned how they are supporting their innovators. We learned how they are protecting their intellectual property, had seminars around them, and then ultimately we managed to design our own program. So you will see it as I proceed. Obviously, this is a grassroots innovation program in alignment to the white paper and the decadal plan. I've mentioned it. I've mentioned them when I was presenting the white paper and decadal plan. So let me not waste time on this one. But who is a grassroots innovator? It is an individual who undertakes innovation to solve local challenges using local resources and capabilities through working outside the realm of formal innovation institutions. What are we meaning by this? If an individual from Mamelodi takes a taxi, comes here and come to the CSIR and say, I've got this idea. I think the best barrier is going to be, what are your qualifications? Did you do this research with a university? And that person will have to take a taxi back to Mamelodi because they will not be able to assist him. They assist that person who would say, I'm working with the University of Pretoria. I'm doing a research about this. This is what I have. They will be able to test it. Now we had to broaden this thing to say that person from Mamelodi who could want to innovate something must have a space where he could be assisted and be able to innovate and come up with an innovation or a technology that could assist either his community or service delivery in general, or whatever problem that he could be wanting to assist in. So grassroots innovation covers a diverse set of activities in which networks of neighbors, community groups and activists work with people to generate bottom-up solutions for sustainable development in the form of novel solutions that respond to local situations and the interests and values of the communities involved. So these people who are coming with these ideas, mainly grassroots innovators, they are coming with them because they are experiencing painful situations in their area. One would say they are not picking up waste on our area. I've come up with things to digest waste, and then after digesting waste, these are the outputs. I want to do that. One person from Northwest said, in Northwest there are so many accidents because cow sleeps on the road. He came up with a jacket. They put it on the donkeys. That jacket is a reflector. The Department of Road, not the department actually, Road Accident Fund got very interested in that innovation to say it will reduce the accident in the Northwest area. We have supported that innovation. You will think it's nothing until you had to go to the Northwest and realize how big is the problem. Because Road Accident Fund have been to Northwest, they've seen how big is the problem. Then they are working with that innovator to really take that jacket for the animal so that he could implement it on a wider scale. So these are the objectives of the grassroots innovation program. I've spoken a lot about them, but obviously it's economic benefits from those that will normally be assisted, and increasing participation and fostering effective linkages between DSI entities and government initiatives to expand grassroots innovation across South Africa. Now, eligibility. We allow people to apply into the grassroots innovation program. Persons, a natural and juristic person, to apply into the grassroots innovation program. We allow South African citizens only, or if you have a permanent resident permit. And obviously this, many of you will know, it is informed by a whole lot of legislations where government money must assist South African people. So we assist South African or people with a permanent residential permit. And the person who applies for the GIP should not have been assisted by Technology Innovation Agency before. The reason for that is that if you have been assisted before, then now you are a player in the innovation space. you could be able to maneuver within the innovation space. So we want to give people first chance opportunity. Once you have worked on your innovation, then you are able to proceed. And then obviously there is a issue of time because we contract you for 24 months. So in that 24 months, you must make sure that you have time to develop your own innovation or your own technology. And obviously the issue of intellectual property, we assist you with intellectual property because these are grassroots innovators. And obviously these people should not have access to innovation development support instruments other than the Technology Innovation Agency. People would come and say, okay, I'm working with UP on this. Then we say, but then why are you coming to us? So when you come to us, it must be that this is your only option and then you fit this criteria that I've just mentioned. The exclusions, people with 2 years working experience in innovation system, because obviously they know the innovation space, and people who are not involved in innovation process, people with PhDs and doctorates, we are saying we'll consider them, but they should not exceed 10%. It was a big debate when we come with this exclusion, because we are saying we are innovation for inclusive development. Now we are excluding a person with PhD. Then it was a big debate to say, are you going to exclude this person, or are you really going to let them in and then give them a quota to say they should not reach this, exceed this quota? Ultimately, we ended up acceding that perhaps let's allow them in, because by the fact that they are coming here, it means they are not getting any assistance anywhere. Obviously, they should still meet the criteria we have discussed before. The reason for this quota is because if you were to allow so many people with PhDs, then they will end up taking all the spaces available because we don't have unlimited funding. If you need 40 grassroots innovators, PhDs will fill these 40 grassroots innovators, and that person from Mamelodi we wanted to assist now will not have a space in the grassroots innovation program, because those that have skills and access to other innovation instruments have taken over the space. So we discussed it. We agreed that there is a process of fair discrimination where we could discriminate against them, but we felt perhaps let's consider these applications on a case-to-case basis until we see if there are many of them who are coming or if they are not coming. If they are coming, then perhaps we could have a specific program for them. But for now, we just thought they should not exceed 10%. Then researchers, we really do not want them because obviously they already have access. And then if you are applying as a company and you have a revenue of more than 500,000, we don't take you onto the program, because our intention is really to assist those that do not have access to the innovation infrastructure. And then if during the time of your application we realize that we are fronting, obviously we'll take you out of the program. Now the application process. The GIP program is an instrument of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, but it is implemented by Technology Innovation Agency. When we were doing the pilot, we piloted with the CSIR. After we have learned what we have learned from the piloting stage, we took it to the Technology Innovation Agency, obviously because of the mandate of the Technology Innovation Agency compared to the mandate of the CSIR. So when you want to apply for this grassroots innovation program, you apply online at TIA website. There are windows that are open. Then there will be a call out for grassroots innovation program. You apply online by submitting a pitch deck and a video of the innovation on idea, what it is that you would want to do. The assessment committee will look at your applications for eligibility and for feasibility. And then if we see that there's something to work in here, we will approve it. If we don't approve it, we still give an innovator an opportunity to come through and make an appeal, so that if there is something we could have missed on the pitch deck or the video, we are able to hear that person verbally what it is that we could have missed. And then when you appeal, another people, not the assessors, are able to look at your application from a fresh perspective. Now, this is the support package that we are offering onto the Grassroots Innovation Program. This slide I was provided with kindly by TIA officials. We are offering a grant funding of 260,000. This grant funding has got stipend inside. The 60,000 is stipend for 12 months. When you are on the Grassroots Innovation Program, the first year we are giving you stipend so that You don't have to worry about money to go and visit the technology station, about money to go and meet with your principals who are advising you on the innovation development. So we are giving this 60,000. We have learned during the pilot stage when we are not offering this funding. As soon as you enroll a person, he's got problems. I don't have food, so I have to go and look for a job. I don't have this, I don't have that. So we felt the 5,000 could assist. We know it is not much, but we felt it could really, really intervene. But what is the 200 for? 200,000. It assists with idea development, business model, business and technical skills training, networking, technical prototype development, and mentorship as well as compliance. This is what you get when you are onto the grassroots innovation program. And as the department now, we have targeted something like 160 grassroots innovators for this financial year to be supported onto this program. We were targeting something like 10 per financial year. And when the minister, who is now the Minister of Human Settlements, Mamuluko Kuba Ngubani, understood the program, what it is that it was doing, she said to us, there is no way you can have a program like this and then be offering 10 slots of applications. This program must be increased. It must reach all the areas across South Africa so that you are ambitious and showing that there is a deliberate intention on your part to reach as many grassroots innovators as possible. So this is it with the grassroots innovation program colleagues. Those who I didn't put my details here, but obviously for applications is the TIA website. And when the windows are open, I didn't speak to this. When their applications open, we send them mainly on social media, and TIA will also advertise on the newspapers and on the social media newspapers, and they also send them to universities so that those that are on undergraduate could still apply for the program. Thank you very much.
Now, thanks a lot for that first presentation. And for your information, colleagues, the recording will be available for the participants to get some of the information later on. So do not feel pressured if you miss something. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we'll be changing the sequence slightly and welcome Ms. Nicole Kupanali from Mobile Applications Laboratory to share some of the information from MLab. Sorry, I was looking for it. If we can just welcome her with a clap of hands. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And for those online, I suppose you're missing out on a beautiful Pretoria morning. I wish you were here, but yeah, welcome. I'm just waiting for my presentation to go. Okay, great. Suppose I hope you can see me behind the podium. Okay, good. I've spent many years in the South African National System of Innovation. A large part of my career was spent at the CSIR, particularly from an intellectual property, technology transfer and commercialization perspective. And so it was really nice to have the experience of working with scientists and engineers in producing IP and technologies for the market. I've since transitioned over to the other side, working particularly with very early stage young entrepreneurs who are really struggling in the system to build novel technologies, to perhaps license and access
already available technologies in the system and actually take those to market. So I'm going to be sharing an MLab perspective. One could think of MLab One could think of MLab as an implementing entity of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. And I think you got a good introduction into the grassroots innovation program, local economic development. And so it's really in that context that MLab's work exists. We are a non-profit company. We have public benefit organization status, and our head office is based at the Innovation Hub just across the road. And we were set up with funding over, what's it now, 13 years ago, with funding from the World Bank InfoDev program and a consortium consisting of the CSR, the Innovation Hub, put together a proposal to set up the MLab in South Africa. And really at that time, it was the advent of the mobile apps economy. It was about building skills in the system, ensuring that there are software developers to actually maximize that mobile apps economy. We have since expanded, again, with support from the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. We have offices in Polokwane, in Kimberley, in the Northern Cape, and more recently in the Mbali precinct, which is based in Pietermaritzburg. And really our motto is about when our youth are empowered with the right skills, resources, and tools, they can really innovate, build solutions that can actually build that brighter future. The programs that MLab offers are mainly in the context of building tech ecosystems, focusing on building technology skills, and then, of course, supporting technology startups. And I think more recently, we talk both about startups, which are deep tech businesses, as well as small and medium enterprises that actually want to digitize and become tech enabled. So really what we are trying to do is to help create pathways for youth to transition into the economy. I just looked again recently this week, and the stats say that 1 in 2 youth in South Africa are actually unemployed. There's also this huge mismatch in skills, particularly supply and demand between academia and industry. And I suppose these are not new problems that we are hearing about. But I think today the call to action really is about how do we actually change our thinking about how do we address those? What are the gaps in the ecosystem that need to be filled? What are the opportunities actually to say there are so many unemployed youth? We're definitely not going to absorb them into the employment market, but how do we actually create more entrepreneurial opportunities where the mindset has changed, where there are opportunities to actually use skills to be self-employed, or actually then create that right environment for supporting entrepreneurship. We also know that there's this persistent gap between entrepreneurial intention and action. If you, like me, have often said, I wish I could start that business, or you have tons of ideas. And so there's a real strong intent, and the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor for South Africa also shows that. But the transition to actually taking action to move into entrepreneurship is not happening fast enough. There isn't that conversion rate. And so really, when we're looking at some of these challenges, we're looking at it in the context of the fourth industrial revolution, the digital economy, the mobile apps market is still growing tremendously. I mean, if you're all using Checkers 6060, you just know that, everything is now about having these resources on your mobile phone. And so we really have to start looking, I think, more cohesively more integratively as an ecosystem for all of the support that we offer to youth to transition into the economy. And so the key programs that MLab offers, if I talk just then about the digital skills component, we work particularly with unemployed graduates. So these are tertiary institution graduates, either from a TVET college, a University of Technology or traditional university, who are still struggling to transition into the economy. They go through a 9-month coding program, learn how to use different programming languages, but the key focus is on building a portfolio of evidence. A lot of employers are saying, you know, we want to really see what you're able to do. And so during this period, they get the opportunities to focus on advancing those skills they've learned at tertiary institutions, but working in a simulated work environment. They come to the office every day, they work as part of a team, they learn project management methodologies. And particularly, I think what we forget about is the soft skills, building confidence, how to stand up in front of an audience and pitch, how to carry yourself in front of an interview. So these are a lot of the skills that we build. And then what we also do is, at the latter part of that period, they have to identify a small business, particularly in their community, where they can actually build a demo solution to support that small business. Often, for instance, in Mbali, it was about building a website for a school with disabilities. Often it's for the bakery or the artisan in a community that actually needs to be digitized. And so when these youth actually demonstrate that they've built an actual solution for a client, we've definitely de-risked them in terms of employment. They now feel confident that they have relevant skills to actually become self-employed, or actually in some cases, some of those solutions that they start building, they actually want to focus on further from an entrepreneurial perspective. Then that leads into the second program, which is about startup support and incubation. And there, like I said, it's really about focusing on that early stage. What we find is, for instance, we work closely with the Technology Innovation Agency. There are a number of support mechanisms at the moment. It's really great. If anybody tells you there's not enough funding in the system, I beg to differ, because I think there is lots of funding. Many of our entrepreneurs or our young innovators struggle with putting together a proper proposal. They struggle to meet the entrance criteria from a due diligence perspective. And so really these are some of the things we focus on in our program. It's about building a minimal viable product, really concretizing the business model and being able to put forward a strong case for further investment. So we really see ourselves as a springboard into entering into those other programs that exist in the ecosystem. In our incubation program, they get access to a mentor. Often, depending on the funding we have available, there's some seed funding that they also receive. And at that stage, it's about just getting a social media presence, web presence, sometimes buying some technology equipment for the business, etc. But with those kinds of resources, they're really able to then move into follow-on support. And there again, if there is a crack in the system for follow-on support, is where some of the challenges might lie. From an ecosystem perspective, it's really about short ICT-led training interventions to create excitement about the digital economy, help people understand what are the opportunities that are available. And so we run a number of boot camps, hackathons. You know, again, that's the new flavor of the month. Lots of hackathons, lots of training workshops. Part of the challenges we're experiencing is the so what. So there's lots of entities investing in skills development, but what happens after that? Where do they go? And really we need to look at how do we ensure that there's a return on investment for the resources, etc., that have gone into those particular programs. Another example of a resource that's available in the system. So as, again, through the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, we are part of the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention. And there is a huge initiative called SA Youth. And MLab was supported to develop the Empower app. Now, that is an app that offers location-based services for our youth. So if you're based in Garankuwa, you're an entrepreneur, you want to know, is there a tier technology station down the road from you? Is there a library with Wi-Fi, etc.? You can now go onto this app. It maps out the services that are available to you in your location and often provides information about when is it open, is the service free, etc. So we're really trying to drive uptake and use of this app. It currently maps many public services. The data is drawn from the Youth Explorer database that is based at University of Cape Town. And really it's about providing information on services and opportunities relating to employment, entrepreneurship and education for our youth. It feeds into SA Youth, which is really a Harambee database as well, sayouth.mobi, that really focuses on job opportunities, where there's opportunities around vacancies, etc. But there is a linkage between Empower and SA Youth. So if you're registered on one, you'll seamlessly be able to transition to using the Empower app. But my appeal to you, again, if you have opportunity training programs, interventions, infrastructure and resources that are available, we'd love to put it on the Empower app. So my email will be up at the end of the presentation. Whenever you have those opportunities and you need a channel, a youth-facing channel, where youth can really get access to these opportunities, please make use of us. MLab also works with the Media Information Communication Technology SETA. Again, as a follow-on from the DSTI's Memorandum of Understanding with the SETA, MLab implements a number of short training programs around the Fourth Industrial Revolution. There are a number of accreditations for data science, etc., that are in the pipeline. But in waiting for those, what we're trying to do is really build the excitement, the interest, etc. And so we've been running a training program on the Internet of Things, really introductory level. And what happens with these interventions of ours is we might have our co-tribers from our training program who graduate. If they don't immediately have another opportunity, they can apply to these other programs. I used to work with a researcher previously that used to talk about the economies of scope. And so really for youth, if they can graduate from MLab with a code tribe certificate, if they can then get an introductory certificate into the Internet of Things, they're just really building out their CVs and their capabilities, and hopefully thereby increasing their chances of becoming productive in the ecosystem. So here's an example where we work with young innovators. They learn about the Internet of Things, and it's very practical. They go out into their communities, identify what are the challenges that they need to solve. In this particular case, the program was run in the Northern Cape, and our innovators were able to say, there's issues around waste and recycling, or there's issues around water and burst pipes, and there's no ways of actually detecting these burst pipes. So I'm not expecting you to read the small writing, but what I'm just trying to demonstrate is that there is a number of inputs, I suppose, into the system. We're doing training, we're creating opportunities around looking at how to solve problems using the latest technologies, thinking about artificial intelligence, etc. But often what happens is these youth then struggle to actually take that further. And you'll see in some of my next slides, I want to just propose some solutions for that. So indeed, there is talent in South Africa. We talk about grassroots innovators, and we talk about, I suppose, this disparity between masters and PhDs, and then innovators who are just coming from a township. But really, the leveling the playing field is about innovation. Can you come up with a unique, novel solution, unique business model that's actually going to solve a real need? And when we look at how do we support more of that, it's really about being given access to already existing data. We don't want to waste resources by reinventing the wheel. What's out there? I know the Innovation Bridge portal, which is also a resource of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, is also a great resource to use in terms of understanding what IP is sitting at institutions, what training opportunities, workshops, etc. And so I think resources like that are really valuable. It would be great if we could find a way to actually store publicly available data and information that our innovators can use. Because we're solving local economic development challenges, often these are really about on the ground service delivery challenges, issues perhaps with how to support municipalities. And often what they lack is the access to pilot facilities. How do we open up these areas to actually enable the innovators to prove feasibility, to check whether something is actually going to work? Is there the potential for follow-on support and opportunities to actually procure these solutions once they are fully developed? Our innovators also need platforms for visibility and market access. They need the opportunities to pitch. They need the opportunities to stand in front of audiences like this to showcase what they have. So in addition to those generalized programs where we often get a grant, MLab also, we have to survive as a nonprofit organization as well. And so we would often pitch for projects that we can implement here. An example is the Scaling Out for Impact program. Sophie, Anita might touch on that in her presentation, but really it's a collaboration between Innovate UK and the Technology Innovation Agency about supporting innovators here. There's a knowledge exchange program, etc. So again, great opportunities in the system, and it would really be useful to use you as channels as well to create more awareness about these programs that exist. That program for the collaboration project is to the value of R1 million. And so the funding is there, but how do they then actually now go and showcase those solutions that they've developed? And really, I think we're moving away from just skills and training to how do we implement, how do we demonstrate, how do we pilot? And I think that's where greater support is actually needed. Another example of a program is the Gates Foundation through PATH have funded a digital health innovation program, really looking at how do we also support enterprises or startups that don't traditionally sit in the, let's say, health system and clinical health, but actually coming from a technology perspective to participate in solving challenges in the health sector. And there's other interesting sectors. There's mining, there's agriculture, tourism. I think technology is really just cross-cutting, and so there's ample opportunities to work in any sector. But here again, 2 projects were funded, and the tune of those grants were 1.2 million. So it's really good funding that's also being provided in the system, but now it's how do we actually take these to the next level. And so really, I'm going to end off with some key takeaways. Collaboration is imperative. They say collaboration is the new innovation. And I think having this audience today is really to say, how do we work together more effectively? And how do we help pull those innovators from that idea stage? There's enterprise support organizations, there's technology transfer offices, there's seeder incubators, there's a whole lot of entities that play a brokerage role. I think now it's really about how do we prime that environment for testing, piloting, demonstration, so that we can actually take innovators to the next level. Like I said, if MLab funds a digital health program and it stops there, then really there's very low return on investment for that funder. And so we have to start thinking about how do we transition innovators from one support intervention to the next. I should just mention as well, I know the Technology Innovation Agency is working on a system to actually track innovators in the system. Have they moved from MLab to a seeder incubator or to Maxim at the Innovation Hub? What kind of support have they received from me? They shouldn't really receive the same support when they go to seeder. It should really be, I should say, it's not seeder anymore, but you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, thank you. It's really about how do we hold hands to drive them down that innovation value chain. And really what we're trying to do is to create scale, create impact. And so this is really a call to action to build this cohesive innovation ecosystem. I think all the components are there. So we have all the ingredients for baking this cake. It's really just about how we synchronize putting them all together. We have to foster inclusivity, ensure there's equal opportunities, mentorship, and all the soft skills shouldn't be forgotten, because there definitely is talent in South Africa. We have no shortage of great, crazy ideas sometimes, but really it's about coming together to create scale and impact. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Nicole, for your presentation. Hopefully, some of the opportunities that she shared resonate with somebody out there who will then take up that opportunity. It is really exciting, especially when she mentioned that for some aspects, she can argue otherwise with regards to the lack of funding. So that was her confirmation that there's actually good funding that is available there. So we really need to take up where we qualify for those opportunities. So thanks a lot again for that. Now, colleagues, we're going to be moving to online presentations. Would like to welcome the Technology Innovation Agency, starting with Ms. Nontantla Mahlase, who oversees the Living Labs program. I think what caught my eye with her bio is that she is multilingual, which is something that is exciting in South Africa, considering that we've got 12 official languages. I hope we'll pick that up during your presentation. Nontantla, if I can just confirm that you are now online and ready to present. Yes, we can. You're audible as well, Nontlata.
Innovation that can support inclusive local economic development and quality of life for all. Right. So this is the continuation of the previous context. So the national framework for local economic development is anchored on 6 core policy pillars that will influence the design, the development, and the implementation of LEP. And the six pillars are building diverse and innovation-driven local economies, developing inclusive local economies, developing learning and skillful economies, enterprise development and support, economic governance and infrastructure, as well as strengthening local innovation systems. So this is a broad overview of the Living Labs program. So this is a program of the DSTI that is designed to support the development of innovation-driven local economies. It is a creative physical space that comprises of innovation infrastructure and innovation support programs set up in townships and local communities, set up in township and local economies to support the co-creation of technological solutions that address local challenges identified in the local economic development strategy of a local economy while focusing on skilling and enterprise development of young entrepreneurs. It is a user-centered, stakeholder-owned, bottom-up approach where local stakeholders that includes innovator, community member, academic, government, researcher, entrepreneur, etc., collaborate to develop, design, and test new ideas, technologies, products, and services. So our target beneficiaries in this program is the youth, people from previously disadvantaged, persons that were previously disadvantaged, especially marginalized communities. Right. So the program is made up of 3 pillars. So that is to create a space where individuals can address big problems locally through co-creation of ideas and solutions, democratizing innovation and driving investment in communities. The second pillar, the community and local structures co-own the facility, playing a key role in decision-making, managing funds, and overseeing activities. The last pillar is directing the Living Labs agenda to address municipal LEP challenges, systematically enhancing production systems and sustainability. So our application process is that we release the call publicly, which is released on the TIA website, and then our requirements for the program is that it should be an existing Living Lab that is capable of producing or expanding the innovation support activities. Individual entrepreneurs with a proven record of community work and access to basic facilities for innovation activities. Organizations or entrepreneurs that have partnered with experienced mentors to establish a Living Lab and have access to basic facilities that include a building, training rooms, chairs, and tables, and so forth. Right. So our investment parameters is that we offer a grant funding of up to 2.5 million for developing a Living Lab or replicating a successful Living Lab, and up to 1.5 million for expansion of an existing Living Lab where you'll be launching the innovation support program for a period of 12 months. So the duration of the project is a maximum period of 18 months. So this is our fundable activities in the program. That is the development and commercialization of ICT and other context-relevant innovations that respond to community challenges and contributions to the local economy. capacity building activities for innovation, particularly the youth, and innovative enterprises through product development, training, mentoring. So that it's also launching an innovation support program within the existing living lab, setting up a living lab, a new living lab where high levels of internal capacity and no partnerships to ensure success can be demonstrated. We also have to, we will also fund in terms of replicating an existing living lab with proven track record or parts thereof in other areas where high levels of internal capacity and or partnership to ensure success can be demonstrated. So this is what our innovation infrastructure includes. That's a co-working space, a co-creation space, a maker space that has ICT equipment, rapid prototyping equipment, and 3D printing. There is also digital training studios. So as you can see on the pictures, the picture on the top left, those are 3D printers, and we also have a training room on the bottom of the screen. So our innovations in our innovation support program that takes 12 months where innovators are taken through different programs within that program, which includes your Ideathon, design thinking, coding, hackathon, prototype development, market testing and distribution, intellectual property advisory and registration, full-page document development, facilitation of market access and networking opportunities, enterprise development, and support. Our non-fundable activities include operational activities that are not related to innovation activities, early stage research projects, student bursaries, research projects, and extended fields of work, office equipment such as printers, furniture, except for specialized equipment that is within the budget constraints as per your project plan, and also infrastructure development such as buildings, ITC infrastructure, electrical supply, because those are the things that you look for when you apply, and those are things that you ask if you have access to on the application forms. In terms of our geographic location, so we currently have a total of 13 living labs in the program in 8 provinces. So this is how we currently look like. So we were intentional in saying that we're not going to have living labs within Gauteng. So we took the living labs outside of Gauteng and all the other 8 provinces except Gauteng, because there's a lot of things that is currently happening. So we're giving opportunities to people that are outside of this province. So this is just the map in terms of the presentation of our living labs and where they're located. There's 8 provinces and 2 municipalities. We have 2 in the Northern Cape, we have 2 in Northwest, we have 3 in KwaZulu-Natal, we have 2 in the Eastern Cape, 1 in Mpumalanga, 1 in Limpopo, and 1 in Free State, 1 in the Western Cape. So this is these are the labs that we funded. So this is Mia, living lab in the Free State. We put Chava, this is what it looks like currently. And then we have Murphy Hub that is in Northwest Mafeking. And this is our labs that is in Cape Town. And we have Innovate Devon that is Keteman. That is in Keteman, sorry. And Algorithm Living Lab, it's one of our new labs that is located in Limpopo. So in terms of program level outputs to date, we have a total of 69 prototypes developed across the 13 living labs. We have 33 market-ready products. We have 9 IP registrations. We have 53 businesses that are registered with the IPC, and we have a total of 282 beneficiaries enrolled the ISB programs in phase 1 and phase 2. Right, so this is my last slide. So this is ways in which partners can assist in playing a very important role in ensuring that our program is expanding. So they can assist by innovation infrastructure that includes computers, 3D printers, VR equipment, and robots, creating a partner space within the lab. We have Innovate Devon that is an American space that was funded by the American Embassy. They can also support the innovators that are coming out of the labs in terms of funding, certification, regulatory compliance, and mentorship. Thank you. That will be all for my presentation.
Thank you, Nhlanhla. You kept to one language. unlike what your bio says. But thanks a lot for that enlightening present. Sorry, Natalia.
No, bengithi ngiyabonga.
Okay, ngiyabonga. No, ngiyabonga. If we can just confirm if Dr. Anita is online. Is she able to join currently, Natalia?
No, she's currently not able to. Okay, sorry. So she's currently not able to connect, but she will connect afterwards. So we can skip her presentation for now because she's in another meeting.
Okay, no, thanks for that. So, colleagues, we will not have the presentation from the second presentation from Tia, from Dr. Anita Ramsuran. For now, she has other engagements and she promised that she will try to join in later. So we will just move, her presentation to later on once she is available. Apologies for that. So with that, I think we'll then move into the panel session so that you can engage the presentations from the earlier on speakers. I don't know if you were the next speaker, my brother, or you wanted to raise a question. Okay, no, we're getting into that now. We are really getting into that. So I'll request Dr. Tebogo Mabota, who will run the Q&A session, to come back, and then invite Ephraim from the DSI, as well as from MLab, Nicole. Ladies and gentlemen, also just to check, we've got an attendance register, which maybe somebody may have picked earlier on by mistake. So that has disappeared. So please just check your files if you didn't pick that up by mistake, because now we do not have it at the front desk. If you can just check your packs. Over to you, Deborah.
Thank you, Melusi. I think, as Melusi mentioned earlier, you have the microphones by your desks. So if you have any questions, you just indicate, and then Ian will note your hand, and then we'll take it from there. And then I have my colleague, Dr. Palani, who is monitoring online. If there are any questions, we can allow those that have indicated on the chat, or if anyone wants to ask a live question, they can raise their hands and then they will be unmuted and given a chance to ask. So I'll open the floor for questions, and we've already noted the gentleman here that had already raised his hand. So if you can just switch on your mic, I'll start with you. Maybe if you can say your name and where you're from for noting so that we know. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Two questions for me. A quick one, perhaps a overarching question. So far, the presentations we have seen, it seems that we have initiatives, but mostly we see Department of Science and Technology Innovations. We have MLab, Living Lab, and Grassroots, if I'm not mistaken, from Mr. Ephraim. There seems to be commonalities across all of them. Is there a reason behind that? I think that's just a huge question I have. The specific question I have is for Nonhlanhla. You mentioned that you do not have, actually you highlighted in Mpumalanga, there was one, and JS Morocco, if I'm not mistaken from your slides, as a living lab that you have in Mpumalanga, but when you showed the map, Mpumalanga had 0. Further on your slides, you then showed the process that if one wants to roll out the implementation of your living labs, you are welcome to take applications. What is the process of that? And how do we get hold of you if you want to engage in that? The second question I have, more for Mr. Ephraim. You mentioned a Wi-Fi community project that you have in the Eastern Cape. If you can please extend slightly on that, and if one is interested in, again, rolling that out to different parts of the country, how do we go about it? Thank you.
We'll start with Mr. Palafala and then move on to Nonhlanhla.
Okay, let me expand on the community Wi-Fi network. It is called Zenzeleni community Wi-Fi network. It is in Mankosi area. If you Google it, you'll get all the information. But this is one of the most rural area in the Eastern Cape in Umtata, where if you go in, it rains that night, you may not be able to come out. So it is hardly, visiting it is a problem. There is only two bed and breakfast, just two. And you get there, sometimes you want to do big events, there isn't even place for accommodation. Not many cars. So these are the people who are staying in the remote rural areas. Then we worked with this community of Mangosi to create cooperatives. But we just didn't jump into them. They were working with the University of Western Cape. They had this idea, they have this intellectual property. Then they said, we want to dish it out to the communities. Then they felt we are the right department to assist them to dish it out. Then we worked with the University of Western Cape to deploy this Wi-Fi connectivity to the people of Mangosi. So University of Western Cape is overseeing this initiative. They are not actually getting anything out of it, but they were the ones who negotiated with Vodacom for spectrum sharing, who negotiated with University of Walter Sisulu to connect the dishes for beaming the Wi-Fi. So they were just doing the technical assistance. Once they were done, they taught people within the cooperatives, the youth, to operate the Wi-Fi themselves. So you go there, you get youth who are on grade 10, and then they can tell you that there is a problem with a pole so and so, and then we are not able to get electricity at a village so and so. They are able to lift it up, and then all of a sudden we've got connectivity. At one stage when we were there for a conference, Vodacom and MTN, and sorry to be mentioning them, they were not working properly because of the nature of the area. And we relied on the network, and we could easily have meetings remotely because network is the bandwidth is very good. And the other thing that I need to mention on the network itself is that, what it is that I wanted to mention. Okay, the opportunities it has enabled in the area. There are people who are assisting other people who are not first language speakers of English to, edit their PhDs and stuff. After they found Mangosi, the nature of the area, because it's close to the ocean, they chose to go there and stay in the B&Bs, backpackers, for 3 months, because now there is connectivity. It has enabled so many opportunities. You go there, you find at the backpacker no less than 20 people. They say they've been here as far back as last 2 months. They are from London, they are from so-and-so, they are from so-and-so, just because of connectivity. So if you Google it, Zenzeleni Community Networks, you will find it on the system. Then the other worry you are saying about is the issue of duplications into the program. Living Labs and Grassroots Innovation Program, they are coming from the same chief directorate in the department, and they are not the same. When a person applies into the Grassroots Innovation Program, he gets assisted through the technology station. We assist that individual. When a person wants to be into the Living Labs, they go there as the community. The department also build a structure for them, and then they are able to, as a community, start coming up with solutions as communities. So there is no duplications. They are actually very, very different, Living Labs and the GIP. I don't know the MLab initiative very well, but I don't think there is duplications with the programs we are having. Thank you.
Is Nonhlanhla able to respond?
Yes, I am able to respond. So I'd like to present again a presentation because on the map it moved, so that is why he was seeing a zero. So the one on that was supposed to be on Pumalanga, it moved out, and then the zero from KZN from Gauteng it came to Pumalanga. So we do have that lab um, in Pumalanga. So it's a new lab that we funded last year. So we released a call last year for Limpopo and Pumalanga. That is how we got to have the two new labs. And then in terms of the application process, like I said, we're releasing the calls on the TIA website, and we have the application form in terms of what for you to fill it in, and then you send it back to us, and then the community will do the due diligence to make sure that everything that we need is there. But currently, we are not going to be releasing any living labs call for the next 5 years because this program is still on its pilot phase. So we are going to be reviewing the program, and then once we are done, then we will only release calls then. Thank you.
Okay. Ian?
Yes, colleagues, when you respond here in the audience, try to speak closer to the mic because we've got a scribe who's going to be taking notes, including your questions. When you speak closer to the mic, you'll be able to hear everything. Thank you. So,
Thank you.
Good day. I'm Sizwe from Gauteng. Basically, my company is Lush Tech. We focus more on drones as well as also skills development. My question is in regards to the MyCETA for Ms. Nicole. Are you able to assist us in regards to get accreditation for MyCETA? Because I've noticed that at the moment right now, as we're going into the fourth industrial revolution, a lot of elements in the 4IR haven't been covered in MyCETA as an accreditation. But I do see that the South African Civil Aviation Authority has covered drones as under their accreditation process.
So I can't speak on behalf of MTDP or the QCTO, but when we talk about accreditation in that context, it's about accrediting the training program that is being offered. So, for instance, in our Co-Tribe Academy, there is a software developer, software engineer accredited training program. So you as an entity then are a certified training provider. A lot of the MTDP training programs or qualifications that they call them are coming to an end. And so all of the accreditation interventions are now being driven by the QCTO. I think when you talk about the Civil Aviation Authority, that's particularly around being able to operate as a drone, if I'm not mistaken. So it is slightly different things.
I think I saw one hand over there.
Morning, I hope I'm audible. My name is Tsehofatso Mudisane, and I come from a small village in the northwest called Lida. And it is a village on an area that is ripe with tourism opportunities. There are mining houses in there as well, in the area. But when we talk about what we are here today for, we depend highly on connectivity. And I want to follow up on the gentleman's question. And I'll just digress a little bit. When you visit areas like Alexander, particularly around the fire station area, you find youth sitting outside on their mobile phones, searching the net, whether be it job applications, etc. In the villages, you hardly have areas where the youth, the unemployed, and even ordinary people can go to and actually have mobile access. Yet we've got Telkom, which is a state-owned company, which has got infrastructure in these villages. And my question is the government going to use this available resource called Telkom to make sure that people in rural areas, particularly around the areas which I have mentioned, Mining is the backbone of this country, as we know. Tourism is the backbone of some of these villages, Sun City, Bakubung Gate, and all those areas that we all go to patronize and visit during the holiday season. Can we not look into that so that what we are here for today actually works and lives? Because there is no point in talking about all of these when we do not have connectivity, which is not something we should be struggling with. I assume Telkom should be here. You mentioned, and you apologize for mentioning Vodacom and MTN. You shouldn't be, because the truth is that the coverage is almost non-existent. So may I just ask that when we do talk about initiatives like this, which are wonderful initiatives, but we please think about the issue of connectivity. It doesn't have to be free, but it needs to be there. Thank you.
Do you want to respond to that? The issue of connectivity.
Although I may not respond fully, connectivity and digital device, I would say their digital divide are key priorities for government. There is actually an entity established to look into that. It's called SA Connect. What they should do ultimately is that every person in the remote rural area should have access to connectivity. If you look at SALGA documents or even the Department of Cooperative Governance, they've now, added connectivity as one of the basic services. If you look at the SDGs, they've added connectivity as one of the developmental goals. They say if you are not connected, your world or your life is in decline, because everything is centered in digital connection or connectivity. Now, the issue of Telkom, let me not comment on it, but just to say, in the department, after we have done Zenzeleni, we have engaged with CSIR Next Generation Unit to say, how can we start working on a program that connects people in the rural areas? We are having proposals from the CSIR. We are still looking if they make sense. We will not do it as the department all by ourselves. We will still need the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. All we could do is demonstrate, and we hope SA Connect, because it's their entity, will join hands with us, and then we'll be able to try and roll out across South Africa. But we know the importance of connectivity. We know the difference it can make in the life of a child in the remote rural area who wants to know what are the opportunities existing in different universities, in different colleges, and then she can just Google without taking a taxi to come to the urban areas. So your point is noted. If there are progress on those things, perhaps on seminars like this, you'll get to hear what exactly it is that we would be doing going forward. Thank you.
We have brilliant innovators here. I'm sure someone is already thinking of a solution to the challenge of connectivity. Over to you.
Thank you. My name is Levan Prinsloo from Beyond Drones. Thank you so much for this initiative, getting us here today, because I am excited about this. However, CSIR currently is in Gauteng, and Department of Science and Technologies just mentioned other provinces, and we are being excluded from these programs. So are we still liable then should we still apply for these programs? Will we be accepted for these programs? So that goes then for grassroots innovation and as well as living labs.
I think the question mainly is that, are they only localized in Gauteng? Do we cater for?
No, other way around.
Oh,
Pardon? Most of the programs mentioned now exclude Gauteng.
oh, sorry.
And CSIR today is in Gauteng. We are Gauteng. So are we excluded from these programs?
No, that is not the case. All I was mentioning was that a program like GIP is highly concentrated in Gauteng, is highly concentrated in Western Cape, in KZN. And to try and make sure we reach other areas, what we did was that we invited those offices through their youth desk to say, let your youth connect online so that they can also apply. But we are not saying any person from Gauteng is excluded. That's not what we are doing. They can still apply onto the programs. Thank you.
I think maybe Nonhlanhla can come in as well. Living labs. I think from your presentation.
Yes, thank you for the question. When it comes to the living labs, currently we are not planning on having any living lab in Gauteng. So definitely people that are in Gauteng are excluded. We're looking at the other provinces. I'm not sure about in the pipeline along the years, but for now, no, we're not taking any living labs in Gauteng.
Okay. We'll get to hear about other opportunities that are lined up on the program, and we'll weigh the options. Over to you.
Hi, Kolisi here from Agile Africa. I'm a health tech startup founder, and I'm a beneficiary of TIA's grassroots innovation program, and a number of others that have articulated from that GIP. I have 3 questions and a comment. Obviously, the entire thing about today is about how we can close those gaps that exist within this ecosystem or improve, areas that need urgency or attention in order to make sure that this ecosystem, or at least the innovation ecosystem, is very much a fruitful or cohesive one, as you've mentioned, Nikki. So the Academy of Science of South Africa, ASAF, I think the first question is for you. Having the understanding, and obviously you have an advisory role and you influence policy, and that is directly impacting the Department of Science and Innovation. Have you, in your submissions, really brought forward, the clearer picture of what the technology innovation ecosystem is looking like in South Africa? If you look at the Western Cape specifically, there is a very robust and a very vibrant sort of environment that is happening there. The ecosystem is so fresh with the impact of or the integration of venture capitalists, agencies that are both locally positioned and those that are partnering with international partners are very much investing into the technologies there. A lot of headquarters are now starting to be based in the Western Cape. Are you bringing that sort of advice to the Department of Science and Innovation to make sure that we remove sort of this picture that we've created that, innovation support and startup is about bringing ideation into the forefront, whereas it's very much grant dependent at this point in time? Do you find that the submissions that you're bringing to the Department of Science and Innovation and all your other stakeholders are very much new, and in saying so, they're not very much lagging behind? Because I find that in South Africa, we are lagging behind. Things are not moving as fast as they should. There's a lot of bottlenecks along the way. In your submissions to the stakeholders, are you bringing forward a clearer picture of what's really happening, and are we bringing the support that is really needed, or are we moving very slow? That's the first question for you, Dr. Tebogo. So for you, Nikki, I really want to speak about the dependency on the grant loop that we find for startups. And you've obviously mentioned that, innovators, startups, SMMEs should be supported. Somebody needs to hold their hand from this stage to the next, to the next, to the next. Are we really creating a dependency on, the grant funding support that exists in South Africa, or are we really trying to get innovators to commercialize and to go into the market to create the impact that is really required for us to really see, job creation and for us to really target this critical point of youth unemployment, right? So that's the question for you, Nikki. And you asked the question of what's really needed in this space, and perhaps this is where the comment comes in. Personally, my point of view is that we need a lot of urgency and agility. Of course, there's an element of risk. If you look at corporate governance, you really want to make sure that we balance things out. You don't just want to look at pumping in money for innovators without necessarily walking with them step by step. When you are looking at risks in terms of maybe audit findings and that sort of thing, when you're funding entrepreneurs and startups, you really want to make sure that you sort of relax those rules a little bit
so that they really do work hand in hand with startups. I bring this picture because in the US, as we know, very famous place, Silicon Valley. In the UK, you do mention that you work closely with Innovate UK. They have a very vibrant system. They work with startups. Innovate UK, for example, they have like the yellow pages of technology innovation support, where they publish based on the different sectors within that space on an ongoing basis, on a rolling basis, different opportunities that are available. Do we have something like that at MLab or any other ecosystem players that we have in South Africa? So that's the comment. Last one for Mr. Ephraim. How do we keep track of innovators as a department? Are we able to have a database that looks at where somebody is in 2024, where they are in 2025, and the kind of support that they need throughout, so that we can be able to really see the impact? We don't just have income, but we also have output for ecosystem players. So those are my questions and comments. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll direct the first one for Asaf to Dr. Twala. I'm putting you on the spot.
Well, you've got the panelists there. But firstly, thanks for that question. I can just indicate that ASAF, as South Africa's official science academy, supports the advancement of the national system of innovation as a whole. Obviously, as an entity, each entity has got its own unique mandate, although we contribute to the whole system in it. Ours is to provide evidence-based scientific advice, and I can just mention it to you that digital inclusivity is ASAF's strategic focus area. And as it was outlined earlier, that based on the evidence that we are seeing from the scholarly as well as living experience data, that there's no way you can advance as an individual in society without having, equitable access to digital means, if I can put it that way. So whenever we can, we will provide, or we do provide, recommendations that look into how we can enhance digital inclusivity. One recent case that ASAF was commissioned to look at was with regards to the Northern Cape and the SKA, whereby when we are adopting or being a player South Africa in the SKA, we have to limit, ray communication for some of the areas around. And this came to the fore because when COVID came and it shut us down in a way, we needed to use now the internet, but the farms, the schools, couldn't access that. So we have made recommendations to the various players, but at the end of the day, evidence-based scientific advice is up for consideration. It is, you cannot force a policymaker to adopt that, but we do, try where possible. And whenever maybe you've got an opinion, or your organization has got an opinion that maybe there's a loophole somewhere or there's a solution somewhere, you can raise that to the Academy of Science. As a citizen, you've got a right to do that. Obviously, if it is within our mandate, we will look into that. But if it's within the mandate of the other entities, it can be directed there. But please feel free, should you have something of concern around digital inclusivity. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just respond to the question around, are we creating this dependency on grants? I think there definitely are innovators who just stick around in the system and move from one competition to the next and one incubation to the next. But those are going to fizzle out at some stage if you're really not making traction in the system. I think what's important to note is, although we talk about like grassroots innovation program, living labs, etc., and it looks like there might be duplication or overlap, different grant programs has very specific funding requirements and criteria and outputs. So as an example, the Innovate UK and TIA program around scaling out for impact asks very specifically for your technology or your solution to be at a specific technology readiness level. And you need to be able to show demonstration. You need to demonstrate that solution in a real world environment. So it's also about pushing that innovator along, maturing their technology readiness level. So you might start with a 20,000 Rand grant at MLab, where you're really just building an MVP and you have a business case. When you move to a tier program, you actually already need to be at a TRL level 4 in order to access that funding. And then some of the tier programs as well also mature. So some are purely grant, but further on down the chain, it's part grant, part loan, etc. So I think it is a continuum, it is a value chain, and the intervention to actually start identifying and tracking innovators in the system, I suppose, is trying to address that challenge of someone staying stuck in a particular area and just maximizing the grant opportunities that they receive. So we're really trying to, on the one hand, pull them with more incentives around piloting, demonstrating, scaling, as opposed to, just working at an idea stage. I mean, even those early stage entrepreneurs that come to an MLab, we don't take ideas. You need to have at least done a competitive analysis. Is your product or is your solution novel? What need? How big is that need? Who cares about the problem? All of that homework. So it might look early, but actually you do need to be able to sort out those initial challenges around conceptualizing your particular solution. I also want to mention that, South Africa is a very unique context. You could sit in Gauteng and come to the CSR to a seminar like this. You could walk to the Technology Innovation Agency, etc. But if you're sitting in Uppington in the Northern Cape, the scenario is completely different. So we're such a diverse country, and it's often very difficult to implement a Silicon Valley kind of model here, It's very difficult, but we can learn from each other. We can adapt. We can customize for our particular context. I think we can learn from the Western Cape. They have a strong industry-driven innovation system. A lot of the partners network often. They look out for each other. They pass on opportunities. And perhaps in areas like Gauteng, we seem to be very heavily public sector driven. I suppose because we are home to so many research organizations, the science councils, etc. And perhaps what we need is a stronger industry involvement in initiatives like this, creating the demand, directing, where should innovators be going, and also changing how we work. We talk about lots of grants and opportunities available. How often do we get a response back, or how soon after applying do we get feedback around why you're not successful, etc. So there's lots of work to be done in the system. But the opportunities are there.
So you wanted to know how we track our innovators within the grassroots innovation program. I would not want to give a generic answer, but it all starts with the agreement you would have with TIA. Then out of the agreement, obviously they'll track the deliverables you are producing. And then in instances where we are experiencing some problems, they will meet with you to understand what exactly are your problems and then how can they assist you. Many would come and say, perhaps the mentor you've allocated to me, I'm no longer happy with him. I want another mentor. It's not like we'll just approve like that. We'll just look at your case, deal with it on a case-to-case basis. So when people have got the problem and they are not able to deliver, they engage with TIA officials to say, these are the problems we are experiencing, and then this is where we need your intervention. So we have dealt with a whole lot of those intervention. And I guess your question was about even the impact of the program. You wanted to understand if we are just about getting 160 innovators, or is there any impact coming out of the grassroots innovation program? I could tell you that from the Grassroots Innovation Program, we have developed partnership with Insurance SITA. They came, understood the Grassroots Innovation Program, and they said we want an advertisement targeting people in the insurance sector to assist us with the innovations, because apparently during COVID, the insurance sector really suffered. Then they wanted innovations for the insurance sector. They are a very good partner of the Grassroots Innovation Program. Actually, they are funding some of the innovators. The Department of Tourism, also good partner. They came through, funded some of the grassroots innovators who come up with solutions for the tourism sector. And then they paid for them everything. And during the South African Tourism Awards, they are also able to showcase the innovations that exist within the tourism sector. I've mentioned the Road Extent Fund. I haven't mentioned the Santaco and the SA Taxi, but there are innovations in this area where people are saying, I've got a problem with taxis that are still using cash. It's something I can develop for the taxi industry. And then they are demonstrating that with that they are getting into partnership with Santaco to demonstrate those systems. Most of our innovators who have reached technology readiness level 8, what we have done with them is that we know that you have reached this level, and then if we leave you here, it could be that it is a dead investment for us. Now we are able to transition them into the Technology Acquisition and Deployment Fund. Dr. Anita is going to present on that whenever she's available. So the TADF, obviously, when you have a prototype or a technology readiness level 8, you are able to apply into the TADF. We are able to assist you. And then once you are in the TADF, you are done demonstrating your technology. Somebody has delivered the new solar system in Limpopo province in Hamaja. Now that person wants to go into commercialization. He doesn't know where to go. That's where a seminar like this comes through, because small business development is able to assist people like that with business plans, marketing opportunities, and all those things. So you start with an idea, you can go to TADFs, go to small business development, until we go to manufacturing at the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. So this is how it works. Thank you so much.
I think we have questions as well. I'll just take one on site now, but if my colleague can get ready with the online questions. Just one here. That's fine.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Puseletso Hakofa. I am from a township called Olivenwoodbosch. It is here in Tshwane. We are on R55 road. Please allow me to speak with the language that I feel comfortable with. I'll mix actually. I was afforded an opportunity to grow up in a family who happens to have a motor spare shop in a township. At school, I did accounting, financial management. I used to help my mom, my surviving mom, because my father died in exile in 1988 in Botswana, during the ANC camp. Then when I was helping my mom with her business, I developed this love of auto industry. I've checked, she ordered, for example, the spark plugs from a certain brand. It was by then 1998. It was 295, but she will sell it with 15 rand, 11 rand, the markup, and they don't get expired. That's how I developed the love of auto industry. And then I registered my automotive business. I am running a small business which is called the Automotive and Logistics. It is a small business. The reason why I'm saying it is a small business is because now we are not selling accordingly. We were hardly affected by COVID-19. I understand, I am listening when we are saying Gauteng, Gauteng. Please understand me. I'm not shouting, I am frustrated. Especially, I'm talking to you, brothers and sisters. We have got Tshwane is an automotive corridor in Gauteng. We have got, I don't know how many OMEs in our country, especially those who are in Tshwane. We approached AIDC and GGDA. We said to them, people, we have been into a retail. Now, because there are more, South Africa, we are attracting more OMEs because we have to face the truth. We don't have to talk to ourselves. If I can ask you, how many people in Gauteng, let's talk about Gauteng. I'm talking about the industry that I am, that I know it. How many small businesses owned by a black female who are into automotive, who have been given an opportunity to produce auto components? The journey started in 2014 when I approached AIDC. Till today, I'll be invited to a lot of shows just like this one. I'll be doing, they are doing window tracing. I personally, we as the company, we approached Ford SA. We said, okay, Ford, can we empower us to produce auto components? We are not going to produce technical products. Any auto components made of plastic. Can we empower us through your CSI program? It was 2019 when they take out a lot of billions. I can't remember the figures. That is for CSI to empower SMMEs. Even today, I'm still here. They will tell us about the incubation process. Who is this one who's going to incubate us? We can't be incubated by the parts which are coming from the imported parts. We are here, we say we want to produce. But they're incubating us with a foreign parts, the parts that they import. But you're saying you want to, economical growth, inclusive to economic. How inclusive is this? While with these commercial industries, you close doors for us. I'm pleading to you. Yes. Can you, this department, can you work with the DTI and those agencies? Is GGDA, is AIDC, is TAZES. Now there's a new one which they call it TAZES. There are innovation hubs in Gauteng.
I think if I'm hearing your comment question is coordination as well, I think it's a biggest challenge. How can a business in Oliven, which is just a throw away from the hub, the automotive hub, get assistance? And I think today's proceedings are all about that. How do we get that innovator or SMME that is in a community that needs help? And some of them have solutions that they want, that can benefit us as a whole, but yet there's certain constraints that are constraining them. And I think this platform is that platform, because we are calling on stakeholders, partners, municipalities, business. All of us have to coordinate ourselves for the benefit of the people like Mama that actually have solutions. Like earlier on, we were talking about connectivity. I'm sure there's someone that has a solution that you know what I mean? So I'll leave it to you to respond quickly, and then I will give one there.
Sorry, ma'am, I'm not done. I am not. I'm here for these things.
I understand you're not done, but we're looking at time, and there's another opportunity for further discussions in the program, because there are still other entities that will be presenting on other opportunities. Maybe that they might actually answer some of the comments that you're making right now. So this is not it. There's still other presentations. So maybe if you can just hang on for just one moment, maybe the answer might actually come during the proceedings as well.
Thank you.
I'm just asking for that, just looking at the time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So I'll start with a quick response. I think I'm hearing your frustration, and unfortunately, the road traveled by innovators, entrepreneurs, it's bumpy, it's rocky, it's lonely. Every door will close. It's about not giving up and keep trying. So I'm just going to say that very quickly. But just to say, part of my experience, I've learned that often if you having struggles on the ground, going to a GGDA or, and with respect, even at a DSI level, it's a little bit far removed from on the ground. So, I would say knock on the doors of an ICASI lab that might be closest to you. That's a GGDA Innovation Hub instrument based in a township. They're meant to be supporting innovators. Start at that ground level and then start escalating up rather than starting at the high level, and it's very difficult to help on the ground at those levels. I also want to mention, I know the CSR runs a technology localization program, and what I heard you saying is that you want to develop and manufacture local automotive parts, but when you approach these OEMs, they're bringing in their technologies and actually just want you to perhaps roll it out or distribute it here, etc. And perhaps bringing in the role players that can help you look at, well, say, how do I perhaps get into the program? I might start as a distributor, but learn, interrogate what's, is there a price point that well, actually, I can incorporate that in parallel while I'm developing my local technology. So really, again, look at all scenarios, look at alternatives. If an opportunity presents itself that might not be perfect according to what you're looking for, you never know what door it might open or what learning and experience you might get by taking it at the time, but not losing sight of your real mission and goal that you want to try and achieve. Just short comments, but happy for you to reach out if you need further support after this.
Okay. Online?
We've got 3 hands that are raised online. Barbara, if you can unmute first, and then Mukundi, and then Yolandi, in that order. Thank you.
You may proceed, Barbara.
My name is Barbara Ziane. I'm from the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. And I think thank you so much for this workshop. Just to also reach out to the last speaker, yes, TASES has got some community programs that they run. And there's also an AIC, the Automotive Industrial Development Center, which also works with the small businesses in the automotive industry. So I would really request that a colleague reaches out. And we also have the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller that is also supporting small businesses. So I would request that please get into those websites and get colleagues to reach out. So I think for me, more than anything, as you know, I work for a government department. We have got the Innovation Hub as our agency. I'm responsible for innovation policy. We are busy revising our innovation strategy, in the province. And one of the things that are coming out or forward for me as I'm listening to this conversation is that we have got, and I think that is it's documented. We've got a functioning national innovation system, right? So the NSI-led organizations, we've got the DSI and as representations are coming in. But I'm starting to have a bit of a concern from the likes of a presentation of TIA, for example, when they talk about the fact that they are deciding or they have made a deliberate decision to exclude Gauteng because Gauteng has got many innovation support organizations. It may be true, but when you come on the ground, you have situations like the last speaker in the briefing. Meaning what I'm trying to say is that there are gaps. We have to appreciate the fact that Gauteng boasts 26% of this country's population. So you are more likely to have more population coming in, and therefore, whatever support that we need, obviously we need a massified, support system at the provincial level. But let us have a strategic discussion here. And I think this, I'm going to link it with some of the, I think there's a speaker who spoke about, gave example of different case studies, Cape Town, spoke about Cape Town, spoke about UK, USA, etc. We need to really have this strategic discussion. So there is an innovation ecosystem, all of it happening at the national level. And there seem to be limited support given to regional innovation systems. So that's why you find that in this country, you would have some innovation ecosystems or regional innovation systems that you can say that it is there and you're not sure whether it is there or not. And reason being that by the very nature, this country, the constitution of this country does not award provinces an innovation mandate, right? And at the same time, even at policy level, when you look at the white paper and all of those, they talk about a need to support innovation ecosystems at a regional level. But again, there is no standardized framework that is being provided in terms of how should the innovation ecosystem of provinces look like. So as a result, there is nothing standard, and provinces support innovation as they see fit. So it becomes problematic. And then this advancement at the national level is not well coordinated or cascaded down to provinces. So when I'm listening to the questions that are coming out of here, it's all national facilities or instruments. They are supporting at provinces and local innovation systems, but that linkages, and I think that's what one of the speakers said, that we lack coordination. There is no need, for example, for provinces to initiate or to reinvent the wheel. Provinces can tap into the systems that are happening or the instruments that are happening at national level while they build their own relevant systems or own relevant policy instruments. But again, that lack of coordination, it's really problematic. We are not talking to each other. It is really problematic. So if we want to make a dent, it will be very important that we consider that. Even when I'm looking at all the presentations, you see we have ECAC labs that we talk about. ECAC labs, they are highly capacitated in terms of funding. Such collaborations, in fact, come in. Co-location could, in fact, come in. We could then strategically talk about how do we enhance these two systems and how do we foster co-location of the systems. TIA is located, for example, in Victoria. A colleague is talking about, I come from Oliphant, and now I must go and walk into the offices of TIA in Victoria. How do we then try to ensure that, you know, the NSI-led organizations, I call you NSI-led organizations, are accessible across the board and through the mechanisms such as that co-location? One of the other issues that are problematic, I want to try and conclude, is the issue of monitoring and evaluation. So a colleague was asked about how do you monitor and evaluate? A clear answer could not be gathered. But again, it talks about the entire ecosystem, that we do not have a clear monitoring and evaluation so that we get to understand where the ecosystem is and what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses, and how do we support the ecosystem and how do we enhance it. So those clear deliberations would need to happen. And at strategic level, I would even want to recommend we do not do sufficient research to understand our innovation ecosystem. Academia is there, but academia is not, you know, being much more active in doing research, in helping us to, you know, indicate to us where the system is, and how do we enhance it? How do we build one another? How do we support the growth of the system so that the small businesses that we're talking about today, that we're all supporting, can be able to benefit much in the system? So I think I would like to challenge all of us, and I think we are going to have now an enclosed conversations now as the ecosystem players to say how do we address all these issues, you know, that I have actually mentioned here. And I think as a collective, we also need to talk about the systematicness of these policy instruments. I mean, it can't be right that we are saying people come innovate and then we don't give spaces for procurement. Procurement policies that are not even talking to innovation itself. I mean, that has been well documented, even in the decadal plan, even in the white paper. It's problematic. So we may need to then have those such strategic conversations. But for Gauteng, more interestingly, that the presenter has indicated that, you see, the Western Cape innovation ecosystem is driven, it's private sector driven. And interestingly, Gauteng has got more industries. And at the same time, the industries are doing things independently. So I think that would be the discussion that we also need to have. But again, like, it's now a government to ecosystem players kind of conversation that we need to have. So what I'm trying to submit here is that I think through Dr. I'm forgetting the organizer of this. Apology.
Yes.
We need to have further conversations,
Yes,
you know,
yes.
in this regard. We need to be impactful. Working in silos is not helping our small businesses at all. It's not helping our innovators at all. So
Absolutely. Yes.
Mechanism.
I'm seeing my timekeeper at the back. So we will take this further, Ma. So we have your details, and all the role players are in the room. So I think they got the gist of it. Coordination, monitoring, and evaluation. Those are some of the key points that you highlighted. And I think the next person online is Mukundi. If you can just unmute, just taking cognizant of time as well. We will have another Q&A session as well. And you can even note some of the questions in the chat box so that if we're not able to directly answer it now, we can request the speakers to answer. Mukundi? I think that's the next one. You're unmuted. You can speak, please. We're not hearing you. If it's having a challenge, then we can move on to Yolande.
Hi, good morning to everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. I think firstly, just a comment. It is very upsetting to hear that there are innovators that take advantage of grant funding by staying around and doing incubation hopping, while others are not able to even access that. As a community developer in a rural area, my focus would be how do we bring an incubation to the rural area. So I live in an area called the Sitsikoma, and Indigenous knowledge systems is one of the advantages or privileges that we have within the area where we live. But I don't see much being spoken about with regards to incubations that would particularly focus on doing innovation from Indigenous knowledge systems, number one. And number two, not starting from a prototype, but actually assisting from the start, where someone has a particular concept and a business plan, and then how to turn that into a product. So one of your speakers mentioned the district development model. And my question then would be, seeing that the focus is very much concentrated in big towns and in cities with regards to incubators or innovation hubs, how does one bring that then to a rural area such as the Sitsikama, where firstly you don't have any footprint in terms of your DFIs, so you've got no CEDA, no East Cape Development Corporation, etc., etc. None of those services are available on a grassroots level within a rural area. Neither is there an incubator that can assist incubatees in the area. So where does one start? Who do you talk to? Because there are so many names being thrown around in the space. There's TIA, there is the Department Science of Innovation. So where does one actually start? Who do we talk to? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll let the speakers answer. How do we take these entities to the rural areas?
I think one of the benefits that came out of COVID-19 was realizing that remote, virtual, online are such powerful tools. And, expanding reach is work in progress. The advice I can give, to the question just raised is that please join a community of practice. Understand who are other entrepreneurs working close to you and around you. Join forums. I mean, the number of online training programs that are available now are immense. There's even tools like Udemy, etc., that are just really democratizing entrepreneurship and innovation. So, like I mentioned earlier, I know it's lonely. Often talent, great solutions are at the remotest parts of our country. But start with small steps. Join the local chamber of business. Register onto the Innovation Bridge portal. Get onto social media. I mean, if you want to follow MLab at MLabSA, you almost have to find different pathways to getting to where you need to get to. Even if you don't have an incubator down the road, even if you can't, get a particular door opened at a national department, etc. So, but just feeling like you belong to a community of entrepreneurs and innovators. There's a lot of startup grind initiatives. There's, so it's about first finding a place where you're not alone, where there are other entrepreneurs, and please explore all of the online and virtual opportunities that are available. Join the Empower app, download the app, get onto SA Youth, etc. So you almost have to force yourself to become part, even if it's just a virtual community initially, and then hopefully that path will lead to other roads.
Mr. Palabala?
Maybe just a quick comment around the IKS as well. I think it would also be useful to break that down. If you think about IKS, is it health? Is it food? Is it arts? And often you'd find there are particular support programs that might be dealing with health. You might be bringing an indigenous knowledge angle, which is again unique and novel and very topical at the moment. So try and break down to the sort of lowest common denominator, look for opportunities around that, and then bring in the indigenous knowledge systems angle if it's not something sort of overtly available as an opportunity.
Thank you, Yolanda. You know, maybe you may have missed my opening remarks, but I did mention that the reason we are having a seminar like this is that we are acknowledging that there are people in areas like where you are staying who need this information, but because of the nature of where they are, they will not reach it. But we felt through online connectivity, they would hear the information. That's why I've said when we are looking at our programs, there is high concentration and we are trying to reach out to areas like Limpopo. We have sent them the invitation to join. Whether they join is really not within us. We have sent invitation to Umtlatuze. I guess the COO is here. I don't know with who will she be. But the intention of seminars like this is that you don't have to be in Pretoria to get the information. You can get the information online like you are having it now. How do we make sure that it reaches people even in the remotest rural area is the challenge we are trying to deal with. But with internet, information is just in the palm of your hands because you can just join wherever you are, even if things are happening in Pretoria. And the other intervention we are having is this issue of the living labs. Obviously, now it is going through monitoring and evaluation, but the intention with the living labs is to ensure that it harness innovation in the communities, especially remote rural areas. That's why you will see it skewed against Gauteng, and then which Barbara said is a problem, but the intention is to reach areas like Tsitsikamma, like you've mentioned. How far it will get to you, I wouldn't know, but at the moment, you have internet and it's a very powerful tool you could use to access information, to access programs like this. If you want to apply for a grassroots innovation program, you don't have to come to tier offices here in Pretoria. Actually, if you come, you might find that there is no one because everyone is working online. But if you apply from Tsitsikamma, they will be able to assess your application. If you have to meet with us, we'll even meet online. So the internet is a very powerful tool for you to access information and access opportunities irrespective of where you are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. They are just about to bring me off the podium. Like I said, we'll have another session for the Q&A. If you can just hang tight, please. The timekeeper is sending me messages on my phone as well, so I have to be off the stage right now so that we can continue with the other presenters. I just implore, forgive me for that, but they will be here. And all online participants, please, can you just jot your questions in the chat box and we'll get the speakers to respond to them. I just want to find out, Dr. Palane, is Dr. Anita online as yet? Because then I'm handing over to Dr. Twala to take the second.
Not yet.
Not yet. So, yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll hand over to Dr. Twala to anchor the next session.
Thank you, Tebogo, and thanks to all the participants. You know, this is really what the session was about, to engage. Obviously, we do not have enough time, exercises of this nature, you just never have enough time because people, have got so many wide, questions and frustrations. So let's just look this as a start, and because you all have Tebogo's contacts, should you want to hook up with somebody or be linked with a certain organization that either was presenting here or participating in one way or the other, please just email her so that she can provide that information. Unfortunately, we cannot just circulate everybody's contact details to everyone. We are not permitted to do that. But should you really want to connect, with a certain speaker, for instance, please do reach out to Tebuho because you do have her emails. But for all the registered participants, the presentations will obviously be shared with you. And we are working also to have a proceedings report out of today's session, which will just be highlighting some of the key recommendations or questions so that all the institutions where there's action points that they need to follow up on, at least we can provide that to them so that they can consider that. And also just to mention, we are aware that, we did not accommodate the space for a comfort break. So as we are going towards lunch, should at any point feel you need a comfort break, please just quickly step out. But we are trying to catch up, and that is why we're also emphasizing the issue of timekeeping so that we are able to get to that opportunity so that we can be relieved. I would just like now to check with Tebuho at the back bench there. I'm not certain if Mr. Zolisanani is presenting online. Okay, thank you. It's not online. And Mr. Billy Bukako. Okay, so this is going to be a nice one. At least our next two presenters are here. You can corner them when we go outside. Should you need something, please take that opportunity and also sit with them during lunch so that you can have those conversations. But for now, I would like to welcome from the Youth Challenge Fund of the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, Mr. Zolisanani Ngobongwana. If you can please come to the front so that you can share your presentation. Mr. Billy Bukako from SIDA will follow up after that. But if we can start with Mr. Zolisanani Ngobongwana to take the podium. That is fine. Small change, Mr. Billy. It seems the platform is yours now.
Good afternoon, or good day, actually, colleagues. My name is Billy Bukako. I am the head of incubation at the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, previously known as SIDA and SIFA. I know there's been two questions already around incubation, and I'll try and cover some of the responses as part of my presentation. I'll be presenting on some of the offerings within ex-SIDA specifically, and my colleague Zolisa will go into some of the programs within ex-SIFA. I think to start off this presentation is to perhaps say that ex-SIDA, as we all know, was mandated to look at mostly pre-investment interventions, where as an innovator, you could walk into a branch with your business idea or whatever information you've already put together around your business opportunity, and my colleagues would then do an assessment of where you are in your business and then come up with a diagnostic report that would then say this particular opportunity or this particular business is at this phase, and therefore these are the interventions. And most of those interventions still are non-financial interventions. We would look at things like branding your business, looking at compliance, looking at things like whether you need a feasibility study or a business plan, a bankable business plan, for you to then go forward to our colleagues at ex-CIFA, where they would then, entice you to all the finance products that are available. So I'll be touching on a few of those offerings, specifically offerings within the CEDA technology program or the ex-CEDA technology program. Just a quick background, as we know that in 2004, CEDA was established under the DTI, now the DTIC, through the merger of the Ntsika Enterprise Promotion Agency, NAMAC, and the CPPP program under the National Small Business Act Amendment Act of 2004. And 2006, the CEDA technology program was then established through the merger of Hodisa Trust and the National Tech Transfer Center. In 2008, the Small Enterprise Support Function of SACI and the tech-related activities of Technology for Women in Business were also incorporated into the CEDA technology program, leading to the full integration of the SDP program into CEDA by 2009. And CEDA's mandate and functions in 2014 were transferred from the DTI to the DSBD in tandem with the establishment of the Department of Small Business Development, who is our boss and shareholder. Recently, in 2024, 10 years later, we now have, I think in June, the President assented the amendment to the Act, which then empowered the Minister to merge the Small Enterprise Development Agency, the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, and the Cooperative Bank into one merged entity now known as CEDFA. So as of the 1st of October this year, we are now known as CEDFA. I just want to quickly look at the CEDA technology program, and the program itself consists of 3 units. The incubation unit, which basically overlooks the enterprise incubation program. We'll go slightly into that in a minute. And then we have the technology transfer unit, which looks at technology transfer assistance, and the technology unit, which basically looks at all our trade missions, and soon to look into post-incubation activities as well. We then also have the quality and standards unit, which basically looks at management systems development and certification, product testing and certification, as well as product and packaging design. If we start with the quality and standards focus areas, the quality and standards unit basically offers you management systems. For instance, as an innovator, you may see a need to come up with a facility that manufactures your innovation. And as part of that, you may need to have your facility accredited. You may need to have your product accredited. You may need certain certifications. And these colleagues within CEDFA are then mandated to assist you with that. And IP registration as part of that. Also within the same unit, you're able to then, as a manufacturer or a manufacturing entity, to reach out for productivity improvement interventions. These would include things like lean manufacturing, your Kaizen, and quality training and all of that. And you can reach out, and our colleagues would then also assist you with that as part of the QS unit. The qualification criteria for these offerings include the fact that your company must have a minimum of 2 years, for it to be active. And this obviously excludes the product testing offering. But for the rest of the offerings I've just spoken to, you would need to be in business for 2 years. You would need a valid registration certificate from the CIPC, as well as a valid tax clearance, a financial turnover. Sorry, this is supposed to be 500,000. I'll just double check. And this is also not applicable to product testing. And your office must also have you must have an office, because most of these accreditations and certifications will be done on the product, but some of them will be done on the actual facility that you operate on. And the staff complement must be 5 or more, and all of these do not apply to product testing offering, but for the rest of the other offerings. Then we have the Innovation Technology Support Unit that is run by our innovation consultant. This unit basically looks at new market access, and it looks at trade missions. This is one of the things that I think within SITFA we do quite well. This year we've done about 8 of these trade missions already, with the last one being the Dubai GITEX, where we came back with about 7 of the 15 or 13 entrepreneurs that we traveled with, coming back with investment opportunities from the US and the UK. And this is a program that I think within the portfolio we do very well, and we do run it in collaboration with the department. Within the same unit, you will be able to learn and have the opportunity to pitch your product. We ran a pitch for funding, which basically ended about a week ago for this current financial year. It starts right at the beginning of the year and it goes on for the year. It's within each and every province where you can have an opportunity to go pitch your innovation and compete within, from a district, I think, to a provincial, to national pitching competitions, where you stand a chance to win 1 million rand. This offering has also been elevated to the Presidential SMME Award initiative, where the winners of pitch then become also part of that presidential award ceremony. We also have innovation forums that are run in the different provinces. In order for you to be able to join or to take part in a trade mission with SETFA, you would need your company profile, you would need a CIPC registration, a tax clearance, as well as an export readiness assessment certificate, which is done at any CEDA branch. And the main reason for this is that trade missions are mostly for SMMEs and not so much for startups. And the reason for this is, once you go and get this exposure, say for Dubai, and you get an order for 100,000 units, and you're still struggling to produce 50 units, it becomes a problem, because then we are seen as a country as, taking people to opportunities that they're not able to take. So there are other, depending on the trade mission, you will see that the list of qualification then will differ depending on each of the missions that we take our entrepreneurs to. Right, and then we had what we call the Technology Transfer Assistance Grant, which was basically for the interim has been put aside. It has not been scrapped out completely, but it has been sort of replaced temporarily by the Asset Assist program, which basically supports all sectors of the economy, and it assists enterprises to procure it's also restricted, to material, equipment, and 50% of the application you could use towards the purchasing of raw materials. This facility is capped at 250,000 per SMME, And in order for you to qualify, you would need to submit. And I think this is also important to note. This and the previous one, colleagues, are both limited to, they are call based. So we would issue out a call when these, whereas with quality, you can always, reach out to our colleagues and you'll be assisted at any time of the year. You would need a business case for this, company profile, again, CIPC and tax, lease agreement and permission to occupy. And this is quite important because government purchases equipment, right, for your facility. And more often than not, you will find that if you fail with your rental agreement, your equipment and everything in there is the first to serve as collateral. So this is one of the things that, we need to protect, the expenditure of government funds against. You would also need 3 comparable quotations from your suppliers for each of the equipment or machines or whatever that you would like to buy. And your service providers must be registered with CSD, because the funds do not get direct deposited into the applicant's bank account, but the institution would pay directly to your service providers. You also need 3 months bank statements to prove that you really are in business, and 3 years cash flow projections to show what this equipment, the potential or the impact that this could have as an ROI to us, to your business. And I will quickly go into the incubation program. The incubation program exists to provide aspiring entrepreneurs with variety of basic services such as physical space, infrastructure, and shared services. The focus of the program is to ensure that entrepreneurs' businesses will be sustainable beyond the first 1,000 days, which is 3 years from inception of the business. And the program also follows a structured service continuum, which I will show. And the main driver of the incubation program is the underlying assumption that innovation and the application of new technologies will lead to economic growth over the long term. And the program is a critical initiative for driving innovation and technology adoption in SMMEs. This is the incubation framework. And basically our incubation program is open to all sectors of the economy, and I'll show this. And each of the different incubators will have different qualification criteria if you're looking into incubation as an option of, ensuring that your business has better chances of survival. We've got 3 types of incubators at the moment that we support. We've got what we call sector-specific incubators, and within that you would include your technology incubators would be part of that. We also have your centers for entrepreneurship or centers for entrepreneurship and rapid incubation. These are incubators that are established alongside institutions of higher learning, so your universities and your TVET colleges, and they basically exist to support and anchor grassroots innovation, but also most importantly to give students an alternative. Instead of leaving the institution to go and pursue employment, you can go and straight into into business. We also have digital hubs, and these are basically aimed at looking at, the 4 IR verticals and to support innovators within those spaces. And most recently, we've also just started looking into gamification as one of the verticals that are coming on strongly from the innovators. I thought to add a few slides currently to just show, the current makeup of our incubators. And this, will lead into the application process because it's important to understand this. And there's a lot of questions that have come up with, alongside where, the focus for government usually is. And I will try and explain that, especially with incubation, where we are. So as you will see in the slide up there, there's, big concentration in Gauteng. About 28% of our centers are in Gauteng, followed by KZN and the Eastern Cape, and with just about 3% of the centers in the Northwest, Northern Cape, and Free State. And these are some of the things, colleagues, that we can't ignore, especially when looking at the establishment of new centers. Incubation program, if you look at the value chain, the value proposition of incubation, it is all around solving issues of access to markets, access to funds, access to information, access to infrastructure. And it all starts with this slide over here. We need to, when considering other centers, to look at where is the concentration and where is the need. And this is what the department does every time before we establish new incubators. Also, currently, this is where our incubators are. We have 65% of them in urban areas and only 5% in townships and 30% in rural areas. We are trying so hard to change this picture to ensure that, there is more, again, access to rural areas and townships. And these are some of the things that we also consider when we look at, establishment of new centers. This is the sectoral distribution. We have presence in the current sectors at the moment: the green economy, ICT and 4IR. This is where you would have also your digital hubs, clothing and textiles, include leather there. We have mineral beneficiation and jewelry manufacture. This is mostly prevalent in the provinces where there is, a huge mining presence and, the presence of minerals as well. The Northwest and I think Northern Cape come to mind. We have manufacturing, construction and property service, metal fabrication, chemicals, and biotech. We have MEM in front, automotive. To note, we have SATEC in Roslyn and the AIDC incubator also in Roslyn that look after innovators who would like to join the value chain in the automotive space. But as you can see, if you look at the makeup of the economic sectors of South Africa, some of them are not represented, which shows shows a need for us to still go back and work, more in establishing more centers and covering. I know Yolanda raised a question around, the incubation in the IKS space. Valid questions, but you will see later in the presentation how we get into the establishment of these centers. It is not only government-led, but it's a collaborative effort that could be sparked from somebody sitting in this seat, or it could happen in an office somewhere with, government people or including myself. But it's a collaborative effort, colleagues. Again, if you look at that sectoral distribution in terms of numbers, you will see that the ICT and some of the generic incubators are quite, high, followed by manufacturing at 16, construction, and the last one being textiles and mining at 2 centers each. Okay. And we do have guiding principles and manuals for our centers. For instance, at the very minimum, each of our centers needs to be able to offer co-working space, incubation and mentorship. They should be able to give business advisory and services. They should be able to have linkages, linking incubators to finance and funding opportunities. And fortunate enough, we have some of the incubators who have internal tech funds, support funds, warehouse funds, and all of that. And my colleague will touch into that as well. training and capacity, as well as offer innovators and SMMEs an opportunity to network and to be able to form ecosystems around challenges that they have in the respective enterprises. Currently, this is how our incubators are leveraging funding. And this is also quite important for you to look at, especially if you are in the space, you are here because you think you are in a position to, run a center. And this is a very important picture of our centers. 36% of the funding that our centers receive currently comes from SITFA and Department of Small Business and Development. And an additional 23% would come from other government stakeholders. This could be municipalities, this could be provincial government and all of that. And we have about 28% coming from the private sector, which is quite encouraging to look at, but we also need that percentage to go up a little bit, along with that 3% for ESD. And 10% comes from training authorities. And this is quite important when you're considering, opening an incubator or coming to have a conversation with us around establishing incubators. Government will not always have the funds to fund incubators optimally, right? It is very important that when you come and you want to establish an incubator, you have an understanding of who your ecosystem is, who are the other partners that are able to come to your aid when it comes to funding of your operations and programs. The expectation that CEDA will assist you, or ex-CEDA will assist with establishment and fund 100% of your operations as government is unrealistic. And again, this is why we have these sort of seminars, because if you look at some of, I think it was the Living Labs, similar concepts, but different mandates. But if we bring those together, as we have seen in the presentation before, that two of the Living Labs are already positioned within our incubation centers. I think there's one in the Eastern Cape, and there's another one that was part of that presentation. So there is an opportunity for us to collaborate around this. But then, if you look at this, we already, once we have the conversation, can we have this slide already figured out in terms of where the funds will come from? The application process, so there's two ways that you can apply. You can apply as an incubatee, and I think that one I'll put on the details at the end of the presentation, where you can come to contact us, and we will definitely matchmake you to a suitable incubator based on the sector which you service and your geographical location and the needs of whatever your innovation will be. But you can also apply, and this is also call-based, you can also apply to establish, if you think you've figured out, what it is that you're doing in your economic sector, and you think you can lead, the next generation of innovators within that space, we're happy to have a listen, and you can come to us to apply for, once the call opens, the first one, for the establishment of incubators. So maybe going back to Yolandi again with the IKS story in Tsitsikamma. We are open, Yolandi, to have those conversations. In lieu of funding, we are able to give technical support. We are able to give linkages and all of that. But as I say, this is not a top-down approach. It's a collaborative approach. So what we would do before we issue the call, we would obviously do a business case, identifying economic areas. So this is what the past slides would then inform. The where, the what, and the how, right? Which sectors do we still need? The last call we had focused mostly on the establishment of digital hubs in partnership with the European Union. And this was because there was a need. There was a lot of innovations coming out with the 4R verticals, but then there was not sufficient support, right? So those are the things that we look into. What are some of the sectors of the economy that need us to anchor and provide support for innovations happening there? And also we would look at geographical areas. Again, Gauteng as the economic hub of the country. We do get it, but I mean, we can't keep on plowing in one province. As you have seen, 28% of the centers are in Gauteng. We need to consider that there's a Tsitsikamma that does not have a center. There is somewhere in Danhauser, where they would need some support as well. So those are the things that we do take into consideration. So the call would then be issued out to establish incubators. Now, incubators take anything between 5 million and 15 million to establish, right? So it is important sometimes, we've seen the case that generic incubation, as much as it's a necessity, we've got enough of those and the impact there is quite low. So we need what I call unicorns. We need well thought ideas, well thought concepts and business models that will propel our innovators to where they need to be. So we take those things into consideration. The operators would then partner with SITFA to establish the incubator. We would fund the incubator to get the building to be fit for purpose and have the right equipment in there. And we would also get into an agreement to fund the incubator for a predetermined amount of time, where we would give some funds towards its operations for that period of time. And we also provide oversight at M&E as SITFA. The other way that we can establish, or we do establish, as I said, the first one is dependent on our bosses, which is the department, will come to us and say, we do have a budget for us to then establish additional incubators. It is not an every year thing, colleagues. I need to stress that. It's only based on the availability of that budget for us to establish new incubators. But then what do we do in absence of that budget? We do partner with other government departments. For instance, an example, in the Northwest, we do have incubators that are established by the Northwest DTIC, which is the Department of Economic Development, in partnership with us. So the fact that we don't have the funds does not stop us, from giving them support. They then fund the centers through us. We provide that M&E and oversight and technical support on their behalf, right? And we also co-fund the centers with government. We also have partnership with interested private entities. You could come and say, I don't have the know-how, but I'm actually quite interested in setting up a biotech incubator in Mabubani, right? I do have partners who have the funds. I do have this and that. Let's come together and, we don't always have to wait for that call in order for us to collaborate. So these are some of the ways that we can get into partnership in establishing new incubators. Okay. And here are I'm going to leave this slide on. These are the contact details for my colleagues. Should you wish to know more about our quality and standards offering, you can contact Ms. Hilda Ndala. That includes also all innovation and trade mission related inquiries. And then for all incubation related inquiries, solely also tech transfer is the first one. And then the last one would then be all incubation related queries. And with that, colleagues, I thank you.
Thanks, Bill. I hope you're not sitting too far, because the panel is coming up now, and just to ready for that panel Q&A. Zoltanani, the chance is yours. It was actually their arrangement to set the scheme this way, but we'll understand why we needed that foundation to come from him. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zulisanani Ngobongwana. I am from the small Enterprise Development Finance Agency, ex-CFA and ex-CEDA. I'll be sharing with you the funding opportunities that are available at CITFA, but also in relation with the innovation and also business development. Okay, first of all, I'll share products with you, and also I'll share programs and also what is the difference between the two. Sorry. Okay, with the products, we have what we call asset finance. This is where we purchase an equipment for you, we purchase a machinery, vehicle, or any other tool of trade that you might need to operate your business. This is done through an ISA. Those that have vehicles with the bank, it's a similar arrangement where we buy the product, the vehicle for you, and then it belongs to CIFA. Or CITFA, sorry, up until it's fully paid. Once it's fully paid, we transfer it to you. And during this stage, we also require you to insure the product and also have a tracker in sense of a vehicle, and also require you in the sense of a building to be also insured, so that if it happens that it gets involved in any damage or fire, you'll be able to recover with your business. And also we have what we call a term loan. A term loan is where we fund things that we cannot fund under an ISA, more like your capital expenditure, working capital. You want to purchase stock, material, you want to pay salaries, and also want to pay rent. Also, for those that want to purchase an existing business, we also use it. We use this instrument, which is a term loan. We have what we call a bridging loan or a purchase order for those that will get a purchase order from a department, from a private institution, and then you are required to deliver a certain product. Then we'll fund it under a purchase order. Under this product, we are required to have a session, but then in the absence of a session, we'll be required to have a joint bank account with us during the duration of the funding term. We also have a revolving facility. This one targets people that are in the construction space. If you have a project that you're delivering, halfway through the project, you have a shortage of funds, and then you want to pay salaries, or you're waiting for that particular department you're working with to pay you, then you can come to us for the revolving facility. This is a blanket eligibility criteria at CIFA that you must be a natural person, which is a South African citizen as per the BBB Act 53 of 2003. Be a juristic person, that means your company must be registered, be it a PTY or a PTY, PTY LTD or an LTD. Your operations must be within South African borders. The controlling stake must be held by a South African citizen. Your staff complement must be at least 95% South African citizens, because we're a government agency. We must be seen to be assisting in the elevation of job problems. As also, you must be operationally involved in your business. We do not fund people that are working. We do fund you while you are working, but then you'll be required to resign so that you can fully focus on the investment that you have made into your business. Also, your project must show some sort of ability to generate a level of development impact, that is through job creation also, and also job maintenance and on any economic empowerment. Also, your project must show some form of commercial viability, and also the ability to repay the loan element that you have received. Risk taking by the entrepreneur is welcome. This is through a contribution through equity, also personal suretyship if you have, but this is not a must. But then if we have, it is welcome, so that you can reduce the risk on our side, and also for you to be able to afford more. This is the exclusions. Speculative real estate, we do not fund. Where you buy a building, you refurbish it, and then with the plans to sell, we are not involved in that. People that are going under debt review, those that are in unrehabilitated insolvents, and as well as businesses that are going under business rescue and liquidation. However, if you are listed by a creditor, before you start the application process, you must go to your creditor, negotiate new payment terms, and then you must have an agreement and also pay at least 3 months, and then you can start the application process with us. Because if you just apply while you're listed, and then you'll be rejected at the first instance. We do not fund those that are manufacturing arms or ammunition or any related business under that sector. Those sectors that fall under the more reprehensive sectors: alcohol, gambling, prostitution, we also do not fund. Labor broking activities, we do not fund. Business or transaction that transgress tax laws, accounting, or any regulatory requirements, we do not fund. Those that are listed under IDC, CIFA, or any other DFI as delinquents, we do not fund. It's those then that will be given a contract to supply something and you do not deliver. You are funded by any of these institutions, you decide not to pay, and then you go to the next institution where you are not going to be funded, because these institutions do communicate. Also, we do not acquire loss-making businesses or businesses that do not have any prospect of being financially sustainable. Also, these are the programs that are available at CIFA. This is the Youth Challenge Fund, which I manage. This was an initiative between the Department of Small Business Development and the EU EDSE program. They realized that there is no flagship program that is available for the youth. So they came up with this program. It's being implemented by us. In the past, it was CIFA CEDA, but then now it's implemented at CITFA. Okay, this project targets the youth between the ages of 18 to 35. They must have registered companies and also registered with SARS and up to date. And also, if it needs be, you must also be registered with UIF. But then that's not a must. It is when your business has employees that you are required to do so. 100% South African owned. You must be involved in the business. We do not fund businesses that are window dressing. This is where the parents will use the kids to benefit for this program. We do verifications, and we have found a lot of people that will change their ownership or their shareholdership in the business so that they can benefit under this program. This one is targeted for the youth. For any person that has passed the youth age does not qualify. You must also be prepared to participate in the business development, be it at pre-investment or post-investment, because as we know, not most youth have experience in running their businesses. Also, your project or business must be commercially viable, sustainable, and also have a feasible business idea. This is how the fund is allocated. The fund has a startup limit of 2 million rand and an upscale limit of 15 million rand. For the startups, we have 2 channels under the fund. The one that focuses on technology, innovation, and the green economy. And then we have the blue channel that focuses in any other sector that does not form part of the red channel. Under the technology startup, we have a grant limit of up to 40% of what you have applied for. And then also a loan of 60% of what you applied for. This is to also assist most businesses that are innovative so that their products can enter the market. And also on the blue channel side, which is then we also have the same startup limit, 70% loan and also 30% grant. Also, for those that have been operating their business longer and then they want to expand, we fund up to 15 million rand. 80% of that is a loan and 20% of that is a grant. The fund is up to 60 months repayment terms, fixed at 5%. We also have what we call township and rural entrepreneurship program. This program is focused on businesses that are based in the township, operating in the township. And then it's targeting your typical township business, the automotive sector, and the clothing and textile. Under this program, we fund the cost of production. We want to buy material, equipment, machinery, and any other tools of trade. Also working capital and salaries. Also, we assist with the compliance through CETA. It is very important for some of the sectors to be compliant, like the food making sector, as we know what is going around now with kids dying. So it is one of the things that we focus on at CETFA, and also the licensing of the business so that you don't transgress the municipal bylaws. CETA will come, the old CETA will come through and assess your business and see if there is a need of any assistance. And also labeling is very important, especially with food or any other thing that needs to be consumed. Also, as you know, most people are not entrepreneurial, so we also assist with the training of the entrepreneur. We do not, we impart the skill to the entrepreneur so that they can be able to continue running their business. Okay, under this fund, we fund up to R1 million, and I hear rumors, I'm not a gossiper, that it has been extended to 5 million because we could not capture all the businesses in the township. Now it has been moved to 5 million, and soon it will be announced. Under the current financing model is that if you are coming for 100,000, for an example, you'll get 50,000 loan and 50,000 grant. If you are coming for 150, 75,000 loan, 75,000 grant. If you are coming for 250, then that's when the grant gets maximum. You reach the grant maximum at 250,000. Anything going up, the grant will stay the same, whereas the loan side will increase. Then will go then up to 900,000, and this one is up to 36 months, also fixed at 5%. We also give you a payment break at CETFA for all the products that we fund you. We'll give you between 3 and 6 months, depending on the nature of the program. As I indicated, these are the type of businesses that we fund: clothing and textile, bakeries, Chisanyamas. On the Chisanyama side, we only fund the food side. We do not fund the alcohol side. You will have to take care of that. Since you are a government, you cannot be seen to be operating or promoting alcoholism. Also, the retail sector, your car washes, your general dealers, and also restaurants, the automotive sector, as I said, because we want people from the township to be able to get those contracts from the insurances to fix the cars. So this is also to bring them to also benefit within the township economy. Personal care, which one is one of the biggest industries in the world. Women care, your hair, your salons, your nail technicians and the likes. They also qualify under this fund. The artisans also. All the CETFA products are kind of similar when it comes to eligibility criteria. They just differ a little bit. Always be registered, 100% South African owned. This one, just 70% of your employee must be South African citizen. The enterprise must be in the township or the rural area. You must also show a willingness to apply for a business license where it is required. The enterprise must be registered with SARS as always, and for UIF. And also, as we know, most businesses do not like to bank, but then we are required to have a bank account so that we can be able to track the progress of your business through management accounts and also through the bank statements. For those then that are starting, your business is new, you will also just bring a proof of banking if you have just recently registered bank account. This also applies to asset assist, as shared by my colleague Billy, that it's one of the requirements. If it's a new business, just bring a letter that's confirming your newly registered bank account from the bank that you have registered with. You also have what we call a small enterprise manufacturing support program, SEMS. This one is to support businesses that are within the manufacturing space. If you have something that you are manufacturing, this one is for you. Also, we assist with the purchase of machinery and equipment, the working capital, and also product accreditation, certification, and testing. The funding limit is up to 15 million rand, 84 months repayment terms. We also give you a moratorium. That means it's a payment break. After the first disbursement, we will give you a break to set up your business, to start operating, to generate some sort of revenue. And then after that, then you'll start paying after 3 months. But then if you struggle to pay after those 3 months, as we know, business is unpredictable, you are required to come to us, negotiate the new terms, and then your business so that you can continue. Don't sit there and wait for a miracle. Come to us, we talk, and then we find a way forward. And then you are the one that will provide the way forward. You are the one that is going to give us how you plan to recover. We are not going to do that for you, because at the end of the day, you are the one that will be operating that business. Same thing, the eligibility criteria is kind of similar, but then this one, you must at least been operating for 2 years within the manufacturing space. And also, your ownership must be at least 51%, and then your management team must also be 51% black. Also be registered with SARS as always. We also have what we call a Vulandlela funding scheme. This is a scheme, it's not a product. It focuses on people that are living with disabilities. This one is been done so that we can bring the people living with disabilities also into this, play a role in the SA economy. The funding is from 50,000 up to 15 million. And also we have a preferential rate of primeless 5%, repayment terms of up to 60 months, and also we charge administrative fee like any other funding agency or our credit funding agency. Colleagues, there tends to be a confusion on this loan administration fee, where you are required to pay. People think that it's a bribe. It's not a bribe, colleagues. It's also assist your business to reach a certain stage of affordability. As it is done by a bank, you will see there that every month you receive your loan statement, there's initiation fee. Then SIFA gives you an option to pay the initiation fee upfront so that your monthly installments can be lesser, or if you can't, then we'll be capitalize it into your loan amount. So it causes a lot of confusion to the people and think that the SIFA agent is asking for money. No. But then those that are asking for money, you have a right to report them. Also, this fund has a customized benefit where we feel that the entrepreneur is not yet ready for funding. We will allocate 75,000 or at least 5% of what you have applied for. This is to assist with training and then also get your business proposal to a bankable stage. And also this includes mentoring, technical assistance, sourcing, and negotiating with suppliers. Again, you are given the skill to negotiate with suppliers. We do not negotiate on your behalf, because at the end of the day, you are the one that runs this business. And then also we have a 3 months moratorium. Also, this is a blended finance. It comes with a loan and a grant. And then colleagues, the grant part, a blend, it's a conditional grant. This means that if you have been given a grant and on top of the loan, and then you do not stick to what was agreed upon between you and the organization, the grant can always be added back to the loan. But then it's not enforced. It only happens when then you decide to be smart or to be clever, and then you just deviate or run away with the organization's money, because it happens. Also, we have up to 350 post-approval assistance. This is for mentoring and also for your business to at least be sustainable for at least 2 years, and then the person that is there to assist you then will leave the organization so that you continue paying, operating your business. I'm sorry about the color. I'm not sure if everyone can see there. No, our colors are not that great. These are the stuff that we usually look for. Your cash flow projections are very important. The loan breakdown, which is most of the SMEs struggle. They say you want 10 million, but then you cannot say what is it for. And then the person sitting behind the desk cannot even struggles to make sense of what you are looking for. It is very important. If you are saying 10 million, what is it for? You want to buy trucks, you want to buy a building, you want to buy stock, or you want to buy a business. You must always highlight it there on your proposal. Also, for those that will be servicing contract, it is very important to have that contract whoever that you are servicing. If you have debtors under your business, make sure that you have your debtors age analysis. Also, lease agreement is very important, colleagues, because you don't want to deliver the product, the goods, or whatever that you deliver tomorrow, you are not there, which we also face. And also with the lease agreements, it also protects you, as my colleague had said, that if there's a dispute between you and the landlord, they do not take the product as a collateral. It will always belong to CFAF until it's fully paid. We sign what we call a rental hypothec. This is to protect the equipment that we might have purchased for you, because we know disagreements do happen. Also, I'm sorry, I'm also struggling to see. Okay, colleagues, it sometimes tends to be frustrating when you ask a whole lot of documents. We also ask for a CV to see your track record and how experienced you are under this business, and also, also for products like the Township Rural Entrepreneurship Program, we do not ask for a business plan. If you have a business profile, it also works. And also, suretyship is also welcome, but that's not a must, as I indicated. Compliance is the very important thing, colleagues. As we are a government agency, we should be seen to be promoting compliance with the government statutory bodies. Okay, this is also the information that is required, at least it's brighter now. Information that is mostly we want to see in your business proposal, business plan, or any other proposal that you might have. Company information, shareholders, and then their experience. Because when you submit a proposal, the person sitting under the desk, you must be able to sell your business to that person, because the very same person is going to be the one that will then write a proposal on your behalf to a committee and vouch on your behalf on why you should be funded. Funding requirements, as I indicated, the financial model, the banking information, also your suppliers. We face a lot of unscrupulous suppliers. You will pay and then the supplier won't deliver. It's very important to check if your suppliers indeed it is valid, and also if it's in another province, just find ways to make sure that the supplier won't pay and then tomorrow they disappear with your money, because you are the one that is responsible for that. You are the one that brought the supplier to us. These are our contacts, colleagues. For application process, we have moved from the workings to online, but then in an instance where you're struggling with an online application, you can always work in one of the former CEDA branches. They will be able to assist you. If you want to follow up with your application, you can call this number, or if you do not understand something that I've said today, you can always ask from those guys. They know all of the CEDA products. We also have a helpline and a complaints. If you're not happy with my presentation, you can always send complaints there. Available on Facebook, where we share our new products, or maybe we have information sharing in a particular region. It will always be there, and also the old CEDA information we will also share. Then also we will also appear on CEDA pages, available on LinkedIn, and then also there are the head office at old CEDA contacts. And thank you. Almost made it without get time.
Even the program director does not want to come on stage. Thank you so much, the colleagues from SEDFA. SEDFA, SEDFA. Wonderful. It is now the time for discussions, Q&A, and I know that it's this session versus lunch. So I would allow a few questions now before we break for lunch, and then we can continue after lunch with the Q&A if people still need more clarity. And in the meantime, we'll try and get hold of. Okay. Oh, okay. So, the two speakers have another engagement after this. So this is the opportunity to ask the questions because after lunch they will not be here. So I've seen Mama here. Where is my colleague that will note all the questions? So I've noted Mama here, I've noted you. Okay, and then there, and then. So 5 in the room right now. Oh, you see, I need here and here, and then the 6th one. So you can go ahead, Ma.
Oh, okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Juliet Miabo. I'm the founder and the head of ITET-COSA, which is a township economic development community of South Africa. We also work with rural communities. So I speak and I represent the 8% that the incubators that don't have access to incubation because you only have, no, not even 8%, only 8%, you only have 8% incubations or incubators in the townships and in rural areas. Because it's 3% township, 3% rural and 5% townships, which is very sad. And when we were at the summit last week, and I said there are no incubators in the townships, someone answered, said, no, there is one at Diepkloof, Soweto, and that is one in a space of, in a community with more than 6 million people. So today it's confirmed that they are not there, and I am aware of others. So I'm not even going to ask the rationale behind why that was the decision. And I think what we need to look at is how is that going to be corrected? How is that going to be corrected? Because you cannot always refer people to the dilapidated centers with this, not that. No, we are talking about incubation. And the other issue that came up and was raised at the summit by the SMMEs who attended, and rightfully so, is it seems like the whole incubation process seems to delay rather than accelerate. And in the light of what is happening in the township economy space and rural space, there's a need for acceleration rather than incubating 9 months, umntwana uyazalwa, and take it forever. If we can just look at that. And the area of construction, as a network, after manufacturing, construction is our biggest biggest sector because we are sector based. And I find that, and I've mentioned it to other people within the Department of Small Business Development, that is a space that is underplayed, and that is a space where SMMEs are abused, and that is a space, especially women, where there's a culture of prioritised. So prioritised from the person who's holding the project, from the person in municipality who has a control over who gets the project. So there's a lot of abuse up. Prioritised, that means if you want this project, I don't even want your 10%, I want your pence down. And if we don't look at those sectors that are predominantly male dominated, that means we are allowing the perpetuation of such if we continue to ignore them. This is for SIDA. For SIFA, we had a workshop with SIDA and SIFA Soweto, and we realized that you do not have capacity. SIDA, you come and you capture 100 SMMEs, and then you say you will come back. I've just asked them now in the group, how many of them have had, and we had this about 2 months ago, how many of them have had a call back from SIDA? No, none of them. So the issue of capacity, do you have capacity? You don't mention the SIDA in Maponya because that is actually not even worth mentioning. So what you mention, and remember I'm not representing Gauteng, I'm representing all townships in the country. Check the issue of capacity and how you're going to augment that under ISETFA. Also even in rural areas. The other issue is, okay, the access to market. This is I had to calm myself down for this one. This is a very sensitive issue because you are putting all these things in place for access to market, yet as a department, because you are representing the department, now in partnership with the DTIC, you seem to be allowing big business to come in and occupy the space that we are trying to clear of foreign nationals. So people are getting killed, people's lives are being threatened as we try and clear people who are here illegally and operating illegally. While we are doing that on the ground, our lives are being threatened. On the side, in the offices, you are negotiating with big business for them to come and occupy the very crumbs that South African businesses can have. So I'm then saying that your manufacturing support, and you said access to market, which I don't believe anymore, because there's no point in trying to secure a market in Indonesia, like we are trying now for other, in Indonesia, when you are not giving us an opportunity to get the 350s and the child grants and all those grants that the government is giving our people. Can we also look at how we are going to address that? Well, but that is one of the issues that we've raised with the Competition Commission. And there's no point giving people in Mali if you are not giving them access to the very market that they live next door now. My last question is, no one ever talks about SMMEs with disability, and that is one of our core areas. We've got special groups. We focus on women and people with disability, but not enough is being done. But in terms of to making information accessible, we've been waiting for a round table discussion with the minister or the deputy minister, because they've got special needs, they've got sectors. It's not social grant, it's not social, these are entrepreneurs. And it seems like we are not taking that particular sector serious enough. But the biggest issue is all that we do, all that we are saying means nothing if we are taking the market that we have, which is township and rural, you are handing it over to big business. If they open a convenience shop, they will only put products that belong to them, or Unilever and Bottega brands. Can we please sort that out?
Okay,
thank you.
You have the mic. You can respond.
All right. I think I'll take some of the questions and I'll hand over to my colleague where I get stuck. I don't have all of your answers, unfortunately, but I'll try to answer. I think, yes, we do have 30% in the rural areas and 5% in the townships. Sorry? 5. No, it's 30. Yeah, it's 30, ma'am. Yes, it's 30. So I think this is, now we are looking at, as I'm saying, that, there's a business case that needs to be done before we go out to the market, right? And those are some of the things that we are looking at in terms of understanding that there's pressures to, up township and rural participation in our program, right? And I must say that the 65% that you see, it's, it's legacy centers that we have. I do not think, and I stand to be corrected, there was enough consideration that was taken into the settlement hierarchy, when this program was kickstarted. I think most importantly was to ensure that we have incubators in the ground. And I think as we go along, we're starting to see that exactly what you're saying, there's minimal participation in the townships. Therefore, we need to look into that. When I joined CEDA, the last call that went out went as far as outlining all the different districts that could apply, right? And it was based in exactly what you are talking about around ensuring inclusivity. There's also been, slow movement around acceleration, and I'll agree with you, especially from a government perspective. And this is in the sense that government, we fund incubation centers, right? We fund you to run an incubator. And part of that is us understanding that you understand the needs of your sector. Because acceleration, just like incubation, can be sector focused, right? But having understood that there is a very big vacuum around acceleration and post-incubation activities. We are now working on an alumni program that will be run under acceleration and post-incubation, which should be launched very soon to address exactly what you're saying. Because I don't think, allow me to just disagree with you a little bit. I don't think it's so much a delay, right? That it's a delay of entrepreneurs, but it is lack of acceleration. So those are two things that we need to look into. Looking into construction, CEDA funds the NCI, and if you follow so much as in terms of what's happening in the space, you would understand the position that NCI is at the moment. And unfortunately, colleagues, these are some of the things that government cannot do. Government will, the role of government is to create an enabling environment for business to thrive, for us to come and do what we do, right? But when we have issues like what is happening at the NCI, the government does not have much. We need to allow the law to take its place. But we have not only left it at that. We currently having interactions with the Department of Human Settlements. The Department of Human Settlements and the Department of Small Business have been working together since 2013 in this space. We currently have over 150 cooperatives that are under the Department of Human Settlements, but understanding that the Department of Human Settlements is not their role is not to make business thrive, right? And this is where we come in. So there's quite a lot of work that we're doing in taking over some of the projects from the Human Settlements Department and superimposing those projects on the incubation value chain to get and some of those interventions that you're talking about. And also with that initiative, I'm proud to say that all of it is in the locations and in the rural areas. So it's mostly township based. So that we are also trying to address. Again, key in the discussions of our merger with my colleague next year is the issue of capacity. I currently, just as an example, I have 13 people on my team, 8 of which are looking after centers. But you have one person looking after 9 centers, which is suboptimal, right? We will miss some of the things because of the capacity issue, but these are things that have been escalated. For instance, we do have a study that we have submitted to our leaders around incubation to say the standard for any person to look after is only no more than 5. If we could keep it to 3, it would be, perfect. But the issue of capacity, ma'am, is being looked into. And also this is, if you look at how we plan as government, if you look at our APP will always go up year in, year out. But we hardly look at, is this in line with the manpower that we have on the ground, right? So some of those things do catch up with us and we are looking into them. Thanks. I think I'll stop there for now and hand over to
I think Bill has covered almost everything. But I think on my side, I'll take the question of Ahmad Vulandlela. And yes, I agree with the issue of people with living disabilities, that we have a budget for them, but then we are not meeting our targets. And we also are looking forward with the organization like yours so that we can get the people that we are looking for. Thank you.
It's a difficult one, ma'am, for me to question because I would probably need a bit of context in terms of who the big business are. For instance, the big business that we would look into partnering with are your partners, such as, I'll make an example with our digital hubs, your Cisco's, your Amazons, and all of that. And these are partners that are setting up, yes, in the country, but not in the interest of taking away. So what my understanding around that is more of us gaining from those partnerships. And I think maybe one would need a little bit more context in order to give or to dignify that question with an answer.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't mean to hog. It's just linked to specifically the fact that you are investing so much in manufacturing. And there are a lot of products that are supported. We have lots of SMMEs, hundreds of them, that are supported by yourselves. Yet, on the one hand, your policies or your agreements with big business such as Unilever, as an example, the ones that do Amman, Dawn, Namo Vaseline, they then hog the market and and then they they outsmart those people. So there's a policy, and then there's, because the only person who can speak for the people that you are supporting is yourself, and then you can actually engage with your principals, because they make agreements with big business who say you can come into the townships and come into the spaza shops. So Uposha M or Unomsa lotion, these products will not be accommodated in a USAVE or in a Tiger brand shop. So are we not talking policy decision and implementation? It seems like there's no connection, or no one is protecting the SMME, but we expect them to have, what, 1 million SMMEs in the next 30 years?
I think I'll hand over to you, but I just want to just tackle the issue around manufacturing. And I talked about the business case, right? We do understand that also, these relationships are transactional. The department needs to, amongst others, report on job creation, right? Or other, imperatives that come from the work that we do. And unfortunately, if job creation is, as we know, it's a big thing, right? We also need, once we do our planning in terms of which sectors are we taking forward. Manufacturing is one of the sectors that make us look good in terms of job creation, right? So there will be a bias, but what we are against is to take away from other sectors, because all the sectors need support. But there will be a bias, towards some of those sectors that will make me look good. I'll focus on manufacturing. I'll focus on any of the ones that will give me some of the KPIs that I need to report on. I think I just needed to clarify that part, but the Unilevers, you have anything? Yeah, I think we'll park it as part of the report, and we'll definitely try and give a response.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, so you mentioned during the presentation that part of the program is to assist with the registration of intellectual property. Could you maybe expand on that a little? How does that work? What kinds of intellectual property do you specifically protect? And do you have internal people who do it, or is it outsourced to law firms and so forth?
All right. So what you would need to obviously do is to make a submission. I think the email is there. IP registration, it's basically your trademarks, patents, and all of that. So anything that is within that basket would then be considered. There has to be an assessment, obviously, that is done on your innovation, and that's what my colleagues would do. And I think, as I said, with this one, we don't need a call, so you can reach out immediately, and one of my colleagues would assist you. Thanks.
Earlier on, the online people were not able to, so I'll just take the 2 online and then come back on site. Dr. Palane, if Mukundi can try again. You can go ahead, you are unmuted. Mukundi, otherwise we'll go to Tobela. Please unmute Tobela. You can go ahead. Yes.
Yes, thank you for this enlightening presentation. There's so much that I was not aware of that was presented today. Thank you very much for the session. My question is, I'm an academic. How do I get involved in these incubations as a mentor, or to especially in manufacturing and guide some of these young people in their businesses? Is there room for me to do that as an academic?
All right. Any room?
Definitely room, ma'am, and very much welcome to, reach out either to ourselves, and we can connect you to any of the incubation centers that you would be most relevant to, or, where your services would be needed. But what we don't get involved in as CEDA is the operations of the centers. For instance, we can't tell centers which mentors to take up and which ones not to, but we can definitely facilitate introductions. So please do reach out to the email that we put on screen and we would facilitate from that.
Okay, thank you. Mukundi, I think maybe the challenge is your audio. I'll come back to online later. Yes.
Good day, everybody. My name is Matepela, owner of Fusion Cosmetics. Mine rather is a concern that I have been gradually observing throughout workshops, seminars, conferences. Everything that you're saying is nice and good. However, there is something that we're missing, the mental health of SMEs. What do we do? Where do we go? Who do we talk to when everything else is falling apart? We don't address that issue. We don't have platforms. Luckily, some they would have medical aid, but when you go to, I've got a strong background in psychology, and you'd have people would sit with you and talk. But if you're not an entrepreneur, they won't understand. They don't understand your struggles. They don't understand your daily challenges. How do we set up that system that not only will look at looking at the financial, the growth and access to everything, but what about the health and wellness of the SME? I'm not sure if there is any, but I've not seen any. Thank you.
So the welfare.
Thanks for the question. I think one thing we've seen mostly, and I spoke about the value proposition for incubation, right? And one of the pillars there is access to information and advisory, and that is all encompassing, right? I know for a fact that we've got very few centers, or there's very few practitioners even in the ESD ecosystem that focus on that topic. But there are centers that have prioritized that based on observation, obviously. And I think it's a sector thing that they've identified that that is a topic that needs to be attended to. Now, what we can do, though, is that we can put this forward to the incubation network to say there is a need for us to look into the mental health. However, the other side becomes, do we have enough of yous out there, to assist with that? Because I, for instance, am an ESD practitioner, but I'm not a qualified psychologist. And perhaps if somebody comes to me as an entrepreneur for advice, I would advise them from a layperson's perspective. So some of what you're saying is these are things that we do encounter. There's somebody who came and said, listen, with government's funds, going down, some of these incubators are losing staff. What is government doing for the people that are losing their jobs because incubators don't have funds and stuff like that? These are some of the things that come, but it's only when you raise them with us that we're able to say, is there an issue here and how can we raise it? So to say that we can take that into consideration, and I will take it back to my team, and we'll try and find some of the people that are like you, who understand, the topic at hand, and maybe reach out to you as well to see how we can, scale that across all the different centers. Thanks.
And now, I think there were two there. Okay, maybe they are no longer. Yeah. Yes, I remember there were two that side, and then I'll come back to.
Okay. Good day. My name is Debbie Mdrangwa, and I'm a business consultant at the University of Pretoria, Mum Lady Business Hub, and I'm also an entrepreneur. Thank you so much for hosting the seminar. The information shared is inevitable and exactly what entrepreneurs need. So, however, I believe there's room for CFA or CFA to enhance its impact by taking action-oriented steps. One key suggestion is to organize practical workshops focused on navigating the CFA TREP application process, as these workshops could guide applicants step by step on how to fill out the forms correctly, addressing common mistakes, such as understanding the criteria for the success, such as hands-on support would significantly improve application success rates and build trust between CFA and the entrepreneurial community, as action-driven initiatives like this can turn valuable conversations into measurable outcomes. And my second one is that regarding the TREP application form, I had submitted all the required documents and received a response within the 40-day period. And however, when I sought assistance via email to correct some documentation errors, I was informed that my application had been declined. So could you please also clarify the support process on applicants who encounter such issues when it comes to the CFA application? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With regards to the application process, we, for those that have access on the internet, we run webinars and then we take through the entrepreneurs through the application process. And also we do go to the communities also and then share the information with the entrepreneurs and also with the organization like yours. If you invite us and then you bring entrepreneurs in the room, we do come through because we believe that it is easier to reach the entrepreneurs when it comes to physical engagements through the organizations that are within that community. And then the second part on the application process, when you apply, it is very important that you go through our system or you go through our website, you get to know what is required before starting with the application process, because you must remember you are competing with other thousands of people. When we assess your application and then we found that there is information that is outstanding, we send feedback and then we give you a time limit to submit those documents. If they are not received, and then we move on to the next entrepreneur. So it is very important on the first instance that you apply, you get to submit all the necessary information. And also with our constraints, with staff constraints, it also becomes a challenge for the person because they have to assist the next person that is coming after you. And by the time they get back to you, time would have lapsed, some of the documents would have expired. But then also on the application system, at this current moment, it does not allow us or the entrepreneur to go back and fix it. You have to then respond to the email that will be sent by the person allocated to your application. But then it's something that is also being developed through our partnership with the CSIR, because this is not our strong point when it comes to the system, but the CSIR is supporting the FinFind organization that is host our application process.
Okay. I think it's either the gentleman or I can start with you. If you can switch on. Can I ask that you switch the mic off for now until I come to you, because there's a feed. I'll come to you. I think your mic was on.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the very informative session. My question is directed to you, Dr. Debo. I'm Mamune from ZNP Solutions.
Okay.
For ecosystem players that have innovative solutions that could impact with impactful solutions that are impactful, will they also be subjected to stringent procurement processes if they have value propositions that they want to give, value propositions that can be shared by yourselves to your other collaborative strategic partners?
I think maybe the DSTI can respond to that, because we don't deal directly with the public. We go via the partners. I don't know if you had the. Would you mind just repeating or for his sake?
Okay, so my question was for the ecosystem players that have innovative, inclusive solutions that could benefit township businesses. Are they also restricted to your stringent procurement processes if they want to propose those value propositions that would benefit some of your collaborative strategic partners?
All right. I've just spoken to Dr. Anita Ramsuran. She's going to present at 2. She's going to present the Technology Acquisition and Deployment Fund. The fund, I don't want to speak much about it, but the fund acknowledged that with new technologies or with new innovations, procurement is a problem. You can have a solution seeking to benefit people in the informal settlement, seeking to benefit people in human settlements, in basic education. But when that department has to procure that solution from you, they struggle because it is not part of the specification. So as the department, learning from other countries, we have realized that we need a fund called technology acquisition. So we acquire the technology and then we deploy it in the service delivery department for implementation. Once she present around it, you will see when will it be opened, and then the support package that we are offering, and then what are the requirements. Then you will understand exactly how does it work. But we do have a fund or a solution or an instrument to support people who will have that kind of solution. Obviously, it doesn't mean when you think you have a solution, when it gets to assessment, it may pass. You may apply and then we look at it, it doesn't convince us. If it convinces us, then you'll be able to deploy or demonstrate your solution in a service delivery environment. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think I'll allow the gentleman and the madam, and then so that we can break for lunch and wait for the next. You can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. My question is directed towards you, Billy, right? So it's evident that there's a lot of financial support in the system. But one thing I have not heard is how are we testing these ideas? Because it's one thing to come up with ideas,
If we can just elevate.
but it's another thing to come up with quality ideas. And quality ideas have a potential, to help businesses to stay long in the game, right? And you don't just innovate from just an idea phase, but innovation is something that needs to continue with the existence of the company. To think of it that businesses, they exist in a very changing environment. And if you don't have innovation as your capability, chances are with no time, you're going to be obsolete as a business. So I want to check with you if are there any initiative in the pipeline from the government point of view that we are more focused in testing the ideas to say that is there a desire out there for this idea? How possible this idea is? Is this idea going to be viable? Because there's no need to come up with an idea and not to include the customer. Because at the end, the money remains with the customer. So we don't need to innovate around our ideas, but we need to innovate around the need of the customer so that we come up with solutions that they solve real problems that are out there. That's my question.
Is our innovation targeted?
I struggle to hear you, sir, and if I don't do justice, please do come into me. But what I hear, what you're saying is it's one of the things that I think we advocate for a lot going forward, right? And we've seen, for instance, and I'll take it from my space, which is incubation, right? Incubations are meant to be established from the back, from the need, right? Who is the customer? Who is going to buy whatever we are doing here? These incubatees, once they leave this system, are the people ready to accept, And I think what you're saying is exactly that. It's innovating based on the need. And for me, it's an important thing to do. In terms of why we are not doing it, I don't know. I can't answer that. But it really is an important thing. And it's one thing that we preach with the guys that are coming right now. The first person, we can sit here and you can have the most brilliant idea for an incubation center, but it's always about who is waiting at the end to take up whatever product is going to come out here. And another example, again, in trying to answer that very same question, we've realized in the agricultural space, we've got a lot of incubators, but if you look at the performance of the actual incubatees, they are selling 2,000 rands here, 1,000 rands here. But we're saying, hang on, this is agriculture. It's the bread basket. Why are we then not looking at it from a value chain perspective? Instead of having 10 incubatees that are sharing a 10 hectare, each occupying a hectare, this one doing tomatoes, potatoes, and onions. Why don't you look at, who is the big guys, your famous brands, right? Why don't we say we've got 10 hectares of 10 people, all of them doing a hectare of potatoes each? Then we start looking at the scale, and then we start reaching into those markets and fast tracking these entrepreneurs to that. So I think for me, it's in the thinking, right? Right at the beginning when we start, we should start from the end. Who is willing to receive this thing? If there's no one standing there to take anything, we should not even start with the 5 million at the beginning. Thanks.
It's a follow-up question to that point. Like internally, do you have any robust and any strong system that you use to identify if there is a need, or you just accept the report? Do you even go to where the incubation is supposed to be situated, to confirm for where that is there a need before you give the money?
That's definitely part of the verifications we do right from the beginning, right? You can imagine once the call goes out, we'll probably receive 300 or plus of these applications of people saying there's a need for this thing. And for me, the question is always around who is waiting at the end, right? At the beginning. If you're saying to me you are starting an incubator for agriculture, and when I come to see wherever you're operating from, you probably have a silo and a building, but no land. Agriculture is all about land, What business am I to even say that you are fit for what you're trying to do? So it's a real concern, and we do look into those things, right, into the applications. And I can speak for now that I'm in this position. We do look at those. We do want to understand that whatever we put does not become a white elephant. I don't want to come back 5 years later and there's no people being supported. The thing is standing there, and the equipment that we bought for you is gathering dust. So everything that you needs to be backed up by a strong business case on where the market is, because we've seen that we can give you funds. My colleague can come and fund your business, but if there's no market at the end, you have no business being in business to begin with.
And I'll come back to you. So, thank you so much. My name is Dr. Karen Mpuelang. I'm a clinical psychologist and a neuroscientist, specializing in neurosurgery.
Come closer to the mic.
Yeah. Okay. My name is Dr. Karen Mpuelang. I'm a clinical psychologist and a neuroscientist specializing with neurosurgery and neuroeconomics. I just want to comment on the question that that lady mentioned regarding SMMEs that are within the manufacturing space and that have a problem with accessing the value chain, especially those that are linked with manufacturing when it comes to Unilever or Tiger Brands. And my suggestion to CIFA is when they conduct or like process their incubation, when they start their incubations, that they should have a joint venture with Tiger Brands or Unilever. And it's easier that way. If it's an incubation, there's no partnership is only done with CSIR, but not the private sector, because these private sectors, they've got regulatory bodies and they are the one that control the value chain. So if an SMMEs got incubation from CSIR or from Innovation Hub only, it becomes difficult for them to go to enter the value chain where they go to clicks or pick and pay because they only done it at government. It's like there's no credibility. But then if these SMMEs are linked with Unilever or Tiger Brands, like they have an agreement with them or, like some kind of a policy that they share with them saying that, okay, we're going to link our list SMMEs with you and then you mentor them, then it will be easy for them to access the value chain. And then secondly, when it comes to SMMEs that have mental wellness problems, I suggest that it would be best if they are being assessed before the funding or the grant is being rolled onto them. And also that we should make use as government, make use of the services of neuroscientists, because there are software that we can provide to the government with technical business skill, technical ability, where they're able to manage their bank statements. And not only that, we can give them some dopamine injection, and there are also some technologies that we use to assess their brains. And we also give some cybernetics things, like where it says wearables with feedback loops to just like reminding a person that, hey, you didn't attend to this client, or you didn't, your bank statement is not measuring, or you didn't achieve that goal. If that can be rolled out to government as well, it depends that, if they will accept proposals from us to say that we're able to work with you so that the SMMEs become work at a optimum level and they become productive. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not. We can go ahead.
Thanks. I think the second one is more of a comment and an advice, and we take that very much, ma'am, and would like to exchange your details. I think the first one, colleagues, is just understanding. I think this has been coming up, and I'm going to, unfortunately, you also mentioned Unilever, right? And I'm going to answer based on that. The Innovation Hub has had, or has, I don't know anymore, but one of the greatest acceleration programs when it comes to manufacturing, especially that of cosmetics. And this was built on the understanding that not everyone is going to go to a Clicks. Not everyone is going to go to a Discan. But there is local pharmacies. I know Gauteng was one of them. And we chucked in a lot of entrepreneurs into that space. And now is to understand that once you go into, we are not all going to be Porsche M's, right? But there are other, as much as we open, there are other avenues, like as I'm saying, your local pharmacies that are also looking for innovative products to put on their shelves. And I've seen this happening a lot. And what I want to stress mostly is that not everyone is going to break into the big chains. What is important is that we understand that we can start at Gauteng with an aim or an end goal. Like your Porsche M's, I think James seated right behind you can share, the story of their cosmetics and how they've managed that at the Innovation Hub. Thanks.
I hear you, but you should bear in mind, in fact, that most of the cosmetics and products that we use for hygienic products are from Australia. What about productivity? What about Proudly SA products? What about a brand that comes from South Africa? I mean, we use there's Mum Jackie products. They are from overseas, and we pay huge amounts of money for it. What about bringing up and then training and upscaling, upgrading our own people here in South Africa, and to say that, okay, we're not going to put you at Gauteng, but we want you to enter the value chain of these big brands. And what about our BEE principles? What are they saying to these companies, big companies that are closed up? They are not opening up for the newcomers into new industries, new people, like especially Black SMMEs. We should
have a mindset of innovation and also that of BE saying that we want, opportunity to be shared amongst all cultures, not only a certain people like overseas companies then coming to dominate the market here. We want our people from South Africa as well to dominate the market. They mustn't just go. I've got, like, for example, there is More Clean. We took them to SABS. They incubated them. They manufacture their product and their product is up to world standard, but they can't enter into these big markets. They're only just like a small thing out there. We should eliminate the mindset of a small thing saying that, okay, there we are, but we should just inculcate all these, our SMMEs that we've incubated to say that, you know what, this is a brand that can compete even overseas and even with within our big brands here in South Africa. Thank you.
Thanks, ma'am. I think I can say I'm taking in what you're saying because I think it's difficult for me as someone who sits, where I'm sitting, because I see what you're saying is not happening. I see it happening. It's just that it's not going to be a story for each and every innovator who is going to break into those big markets, right? So it's difficult for me to say it is not happening because I see it happening. For instance, in the department, we have a directorate where Uputum Zwanele Memani sits in. He focuses on value chains. And we sit there and we sit there with your adcons, we sit there with your clicks, we sit there with your checkers, and we ensure that we follow up on how many people of color, how many small enterprises are sitting in your shelves, right? So from where I'm sitting, I see this happening, but it may not be in a big scale, but there is a start. And we need to understand that changing the mindset with these enterprises is not going to be overnight, right? We have to understand that there's a status quo. There are people who are holding on to these shelf spaces and we need to take from them. And it's not going to be an overnight thing. But what you're saying from where I'm sitting is already happening. Thank you.
Do you still want to? One more. You saw Ian is like here, like we need to wrap up, but I'll give you an opportunity because you've been patient enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the last question for the session.
Thank you so much for that. My name is Tamim Nisi from Technoren Solutions. We are an ICT company. In identifying or after identifying the problem we have of digital divide, we came up with a solution to actually go and install infrastructure to enable internet access in the underserved communities. That is coupled together with digital platform to do skills training on the platform. But in executing that, we've identified that we actually need to partner with institutes in these underserved communities. And with that, we went and spoke with the TVET colleges, which is where we found some of your digital hubs together with the SME incubators also. My question is in two parts. As an SME myself, is it possible to be incubated within your program? And as we are we actually allowed to go and provide our solutions in some of the hubs or in some of the centers that you have in coupled being an incubatee at the same time being an off-taker of some of the hubs that you have. The last question I have is in speaking to these TVET colleges, the hubs that you have across the country, some of them, they seem to be white elephants, and you've just mentioned it now. They seem to have founded to actually build the infrastructure. I'll make an example of one 4IR center that is funded, but there is no program to actually execute for whatever period. Is that always the case, or is it planning from your side that is still coming in such a way that the infrastructure is now there, maybe the next phase, financial year or whatsoever, you will then inject more access to SMEs to go and operate that center, or you have your own? I'm not sure if my question is clear there. It's in two parts. Me, first thing first, being an incubatee within your sector, but at the same time off-taking some of the digital hubs and SME incubations that you have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think your first question around incubation is open for everyone, right, and anyone. And we can help you identify which one is best for you. based obviously on the work that you do, your innovation or your product, right? And also to come to your second or part B of that same question, in terms of you deploying whatever your offering is to the rest of the network. It's difficult as a funder, for example, because I represent the funder when I interface with incubators, right? It's difficult for me to come and say, I come across many brilliant solutions, that are presented that people would like to, obviously work with the centers with, those ideas or solutions. It's difficult for us to say to our centers, you have to use this or you have to use this person, for obvious reasons, but the easiest way for you as somebody who comes out of an incubator is that you have the advantage of your principal or the CEO of your incubator advertising your product to the rest of the network without our involvement, which is the best way to do it, right? Because it becomes a question of which ones do you promote and which ones, and what are you benefiting by promoting? Those are the questions you're going to get. By promoting your thing and saying people must use it, what am I getting out of it? But if you do it the way that you're saying, through an incubator, because it now becomes an output of the incubation program, and what is the best way? The best way is for the rest of the network to support you, right? Because the incubation centers also exist as an ecosystem on its own, outside of everyone else, and they can exist and support each other, as incubators. So that is possible. In terms of white elephants, I'm not sure which one you're referring to. We've recently found out something with CEDA, right? Or ex-CEDA, let me put it that way, where you will come to me and say you are starting a center, let's say CSIR incubator, right? And we fund you. And you started in Pretoria or Gauteng. And then because you see the need to maybe say go to the Eastern Cape and establish the same thing, but you partner with other partners there, and then it fails. When it fails, what does it become? It becomes a failure of CEDA, and not necessarily a failure of that, because your initial center was funded by CEDA. So there is a lot of those, and it becomes difficult for us because people will come to us, yeah, you've got white elephants, but what white elephants, So it's going to be difficult for me to answer the second question. Maybe we can, offside, and you can say which center is it, and maybe we can look into that. Right, thanks.
We now have Dr. Anita online. She will be doing the two presentations in one go. So the first, the one is on Technology Acquisition and Deployment Fund, and the other one, she's going to share some light on the social innovation partnerships between South Africa and India. You can go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and I must sincerely apologize for not being available earlier. We are in a strategic session at TIA, and I couldn't get away earlier. I was presenting there as well. So I'm also going to be able to respond to questions probably that could not be answered by my colleague Nonchlanchla on the Living Labs, should there be any. So once again, thank you very much for your patience and accommodating me. So I think it's important that I start with what TIA does and TIA's mandate. And TIA has been set up particularly to promote development and exploitation in the public interest. So whatever we do at TIA is expected to serve the public. And what do we actually exploit is inventions, innovations, and improvements. And our objective is to support the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology in stimulating and intensifying technology innovation. And the reason for that is that we want to improve economic growth as well as the quality of life of South Africans through the development of technology innovations. It's also very important to understand where does TIA fit in terms of the innovation value chain. And if you look at, I hope my Kasi is pointing, the Department of Science and Innovation here, and its R&D tax incentive, the TRIP program by the DTIC technology assistant package that is delivered by the TLU. Our role as TIA is here at the Technology Development Fund and the Seed Fund. This is basically the role that we play. And if you look at this funding landscape, it goes from basic research, which is mainly what happens at universities and at the NRF, applied research. Tech development is where we come in, tech and market validation, product development, piloting. But we do depend on other partners to take us to the next level in terms of entry into the market and into commercialization. Now, who do we fund at TIA? We fund universities, we fund science councils and research institutions. For an example, we do fund the CSR and the units within the CSR. We fund SMMEs and industry, and we fund grassroots innovators. Now, in terms of the funding units at TIA, and I know my brief was to focus on the TADF, I thought I would just give you a sense of where they fell in the value chain. Earlier today, Ephraim would have presented on the Grassroots Innovation Program, which is what we take in at ideation, proof of concept stage, right up to pre-commercialization. We have other instruments in TIA, which I won't talk about, but these are the package. But if you look at the presentation I want to make around the TADF, which is the Technology Acquisition and Deployment Fund, it is at a late stage. In other words, technologies that come into this program is expected to be mature technologies ready for deployment and piloting. And there's a particular reason why the TADF was actually set up. And that is in recognition that a lot of innovators, a lot of SMMEs come up with technologies, but they don't get into the market. So the DSI and TIA had been tasked with developing a program to look at how government can actually be the first buyer of technologies. So in the TADF, we would find that the DSI TIA is the first buyer of technology. So if an SMME comes to us with a technology, what we do is we buy 10, 15 units of the technology. We allow the SMME to deploy this with a government department or a municipality and learn some lessons, develop their business model, and then find the market. Because there is a gap in the system where you'd find that innovators are coming up with solutions for service delivery, but these are not being taken up in the market. So how does government step in? And that is where the acquisition comes in. So we acquire and we deploy the technology. Now, in addition to what we provide at TIA, we also have a number of support programs. So I'm not going to focus much on that, except to say that one of the areas of work is the innovation for inclusive development, where we look at social innovation and services developed by individuals living in communities that are addressing community challenges. And in this innovation for inclusive development area, you've heard this morning about the grassroots program. You've heard about the Living Labs program. We also have an innovation champion for local economic development program, as well as the technology acquisition and development program. Now, more about the technology acquisition and development program, deployment program. It actually stemmed from when we looked at developing this program, we looked at models elsewhere, and the nearest model we could find to what we wanted to do in South Africa was the Technology Acquisition and Development Fund, not deployment, the development fund in India. So India's fund is slightly different in that they focus some work on development before deployment. But in terms of the program that we have, it's about acquisition and deployment. Now, the technology, in order to qualify, the technology must be of a sufficient level of maturity and ready for deployment in the market. The technology, we provide up to 1 million rand funding, and this 1 million rand funding is to support the deployment process, market testing, demonstration, validation activity of the product or technology. We extend a 2-year contract with the innovators for this process. We support them through activities there. But the program is also linked to end user, and the government must be the end user. So one of the requirements of the program is before you put in an application into this fund, generally we would put it out as a call, but before you put in your application, you need to get a letter from a user client, what we call a user client or the end user. And this letter will state that they are prepared to pilot the solution. We are not talking about acquiring the solution by a municipality or government department. We're talking about they are in a position to pilot the solution. And we had several entities and organizations that were ready to pilot: the City of Tshwane, City of Joburg. We've got government departments, the South African Police Service. These governments have given letters of intent. I want to repeat this. This is not about the government department committing to actually acquiring the technology, but committing to piloting the technology. The acquisition is done by the DSI tier. And then what happens is if the government department is interested in taking the technology forward, then they enter into an offtake agreement with the SMME. And we help to facilitate that process. We help through the quality assurance process as well. Now, this Technology Acquisition and Deployment Fund, when we conceptualized it, it has 4 modes. We are currently busy with 2 modes. We still to set up the processes for 2 of the modes. And I want to just explain how these modes work. The first level, the first category is the public sector models. In other words, this is a technology intended for a government department, a state-owned entity, or a municipality. And we have 3 modes here. We have completed mode 1 and mode 3. And let me explain what these modes are. Mode 1 is a market push approach. In other words, we have a technology and we want to deploy it. So it's not a market pull approach. In other words, the market is not asking for this. But we have this technology and we're saying, let us deploy it in your government department and municipality. In mode 1, the innovator is the applicant. And he or she provides a technology solution for deployment to an identified client who has a technology need. Right, so the innovator would go and talk to the City of Tshwane to say, I have the solution. Would you be in do you have a need for the solution? The city will say yes or no. And then, will you be in a position to give me a letter to say, we can deploy it at the city? So that is the mode 1. Mode 2 is a market pull approach, is where the applicant for the technology solution is the government department or the municipality. That means the user. And they have identified an innovator, as the innovator, that they want to use her solution. So they can apply to the fund to be funded for the technology to be acquired and deployed. So in this case, the applicant is actually the government department and municipality. We've not yet released any calls in that area. Mode 3 is where the government also is an applicant in this, but they have not identified the person. So we release a call process to find technologies. So in other words, the difference between mode 2 and mode 3 is mode 2, they've already identified the SMME. Mode 3 is where we need to identify an SMME. And mode 4 deals with SMMEs, and it's a private sector model. In mode 4 is the SMME is the applicant. And they have identified a technology at a science council or a university. So an SMME, has identified a technology at the CSR, which she would like to deploy in the public sector or private sector. And she can now apply to the fund. So basically, she will need to license the technology from the CSR and deploy the technology either for public sector market or for the private sector client. Some success stories around the technology acquisition and deployment. We have currently 18 technologies in the program. And of these 18 technologies, we've invested about 16 million rands. And they've already created more than 50 some odd jobs between the 18 technologies. I'll just quickly talk about one or two. We have Sanda app, which is a virtual science laboratory that uses the camera and real-time content, so you can do experiments, etc., in a very interactive way. And this was deployed in 2 districts in partnership with the Department of Education in Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal. So they had a user client letter from the Department of Education. The second one is the CADA device. So the CADA device is an interesting one. And this has arisen because of smartphones not being user-friendly to blind or visually impaired persons. So what this CADA is actually a device that is attached, communicates through Bluetooth to your existing smartphone and allows a blind or a visually impaired person to be able to navigate their apps. Previously, phones used to have buttons, and visually impaired people used to be able to navigate the buttons through, like the way they would do a normal telephone, by moving up, down, left, right. But with smartphones, you can't do that. So how do visually impaired people actually? So this technology, we funded it in the grassroots initially. It went into the TADF, and it, in partnership with the Department of Social Development, it is being deployed both in KZN and in the Free State, these devices. Mameza Shout is a community safety technology, and it uses safety cameras, and it's in a partnership between the South African Police Service and the Community Policing Forum, where the technology was deployed in the Ugu district in KZN. This technology has already been deployed. It's been working. The SAPS is getting feedback in terms of public safety in that area. So similarly, we've got many others. Currently, we released a call this year. We have received about 50 applications. Unfortunately, we couldn't take all 50 forward. We have targeted 10 of them for going through processes of due diligence and then approval and funding. Now, in terms of the brief that was given by Asaf, what is the partnership that is required around the TADF? I think one of the challenges we're having is about municipalities and government departments actually providing us with opportunities for piloting. Sometimes it is a struggle. The buy-in is a bit of a struggle. And the second area is if municipalities and government departments can share their challenge areas and prioritize their challenge areas, it does help us to have a more relevant technologies that we can put forward. On the side of offtake agreements, they've been a bit slow. And I understand that it could be a procurement issue because municipalities are being governed by the Municipal Finance Act and government department by the Public Finance Management Act. So there are restrictions there. But there are some discussions going on between National Treasury, the NRF, TIA, and other role players in terms of how do we provide these guidelines for municipalities, government departments to be able to procure technologies even before they are commercial, pre-commercial procurement of technologies. And then also one of the challenges is that for reasons known best to municipalities and government departments, they would prefer to procure technologies outside of the country rather than locally developed technology. But there's been a cabinet resolution passed in this respect in 2016 to request government departments and municipalities to actually procure locally developed technologies. So there needs to be a push towards these technologies actually finding presence to assist municipalities, government departments, etc., in terms of their service delivery challenges. Chairperson or Program Director, may I just request if I could just go, I just have 2 or 3 slides for the next presentation and then we could take questions, or would you like me to pause now?
That is fine, you can proceed, ma'am, as you round up.
Okay, thanks. Right. So I was also asked to talk about our social innovation partnership with India. And in terms of this partnership, the DSI had signed a bilateral with India, and the intention is that we should set up an innovation program between South Africa and India. So we've been in discussions with India since 2019. And we extended, together with the DSI, an invitation to the National Innovation Foundation in India for joint funding of grassroots and social innovators between South Africa and India. But what has happened is after several months, years of planning between India and South Africa, we were at the point of releasing the call for joint applications. The National Innovation Foundation had just gone silent on the partnership. We tried several attempts to revive the partnership, but it was not working. But we had an opportunity last year when there was a visiting fellow from the Central University of Punjab, Professor Kaur, who visited South African universities, in particular UNISA and the TUT. And we started our conversations with her and on developing a social innovation model between South Africa and India. So many of you may probably know that in terms of social innovation, there are certain countries that are leading, and India was important because of also being part of the BRICS. It was important to actually partner with India on this. Professor Kaur from the Central University of Punjab invited us to present at a conference on women, social innovation and entrepreneurship, lessons between South Africa and India in 2023 in September. And from that conference, we did invite 30 of our social innovators to participate in the conference. It was an online conference. From there, we've decided that we will put together a program. And what we needed to do is the PFMA does not allow us to actually fund the Central University of Punjab. So we did have a bit of a governance issue. And the only way we could work with India was to actually have a local institution that we could fund and work with in partnership with India in order to deliver this program. So we identified UNISA because they've been doing some work in this area, and UNISA will work with the Central University of Punjab, TIA, and the DSI, and this would be some of the deliverables. We're interested in a social innovation model for funding. So how does funding social innovation? The SAB Foundation funds social innovation. They have Social Innovation Award. They have also been interested in looking at what are some of the best practice models around it. So they will come in as partner as well in this program. We're looking at some scholarly work coming out of that, a research paper on social innovation, co-editing a book on social innovation between South Africa and India. And hopefully by February, March, we would host another seminar with key stakeholders in South Africa on social innovation and arrange a learning trip to India with 5 of our innovators, TIA, DSI, and UNISA representative. So this is early stage. It does not mean that we haven't been funding social innovation. We have. But what we want to do is to enhance our program and model our program in terms of what is happening elsewhere, but also to come up with an innovative model for funding social innovators. It's not typically like the way you would fund a profit-driven company. The mechanisms, the business model needs to be closely examined. So that is the work we are trying to do with India. And it's, at the moment, we are still in contracting stage, but we shall see some acceleration on this program in the next quarter. So thank you very much for your kind attention, and apologies again for keeping you waiting. These are our contact details, so should you wish to get in touch with Tia. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yes, sir. Okay. Hope you can hear me now. Thanks a lot, Anita. Hopefully you'll be able to take some questions later, even if it's via the chat box. But thanks for that presentation. It's really difficult because some of the information is really important for somebody out there. So to limit, the presentation is also difficult. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to welcome the next presentation from Mr. James Sikhua, the acting executive manager of the Township Economy Revitalization Unit at Innovation Hub.
Is that loaded? Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And Program Director, thank you for this opportunity. Should I start this? Thank you, Program Director, for the opportunity, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is James Soa. I'm the Acting Executive Manager for the Township Economic Revitalization at the Innovation Hub. Our incubator is just across the street from here. So today, we are happy to be part of this activity in terms of us presenting what we are about, what is it that we are doing in the townships of Gauteng, and what we do as the Innovation Hub. Okay, so the Innovation Hub, we are a wholly owned subsidiary of the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency. So all our funding that we use to run our program is coming from GGDA, which is an entity of the Gauteng Economic Development. In terms of who we are the Innovation Agency of the Gauteng Province. So when the Gauteng government wants to come up with programs, they would come to us and say, as the Innovation Hub, please guide us through this or be part of this particular activity. Currently, one of the innovation that we are running with the Gauteng government is the TISH challenges that we are assisting the Gauteng government to solve issues that are relating to township informal settlements and hostels. So we are looking for a solution where we partner entrepreneurs with municipality to solve solution that relates to those 4 areas: township, informal settlement, and hostels. In terms of why we were established to promote economic development and competitiveness of the province globally. So we do that by fostering innovation and encouraging entrepreneurship across the province. Okay, the slide is still moving.
Just show 2
This one.
slides.
Yeah.
There's 11. But it's
Let's go back. No. Okay, it's fine. Okay, so in terms of our focus areas, we've identified these 5 areas that we feel that they will impact the work that we do around Gauteng. We've got land and business development as a focus area for the Innovation Hub. Like I said, we are just across this, the CSIR. We've got a vast amount of land that is available for development. So if in this room now, we've got investors that want to go invest into land and building, we've got vast amount of land that is available for land and building. At the same time, entrepreneurs that do need spaces to operate from, we also have office rentals that we provide. Enterprise development. I think as the Innovation Hub, we are one of the biggest enterprise development entities in the country. We've got 3 business incubators that are operating from the Innovation Hub. We've got our green economy Climate Innovation Center, which focuses on green innovations. We've got, the focus is on water, waste, and energy. And at the same time, we've got Maxam, which is focusing on 4IR technologies. And we also have Biopark, which is focusing on bioeconomy. So your agro-processing, your pharmaceutical, your medical diagnostics are on our Biopark. On focus number 3, we've got tech and innovation. So here we are focusing on commercializing innovations that are coming from tertiary institution. I think we are more like competing with your NIPMO and technology stations. So we are focusing on that, and we are also encouraging young people to be skilled on new tech and innovation. 4, we are focusing on financial sustainability. I think with all government entities today, financial sustainability is a key requirement because government has been reducing on their budget spend. So we need to start generating our own money in order for us to be sustainable. And number 5, we've got the unit that I'm responsible for, which is your township economic revitalization, which is a unit today I'm going to talk more about. So the township economic revitalization, on the pictures on the side, we just put one of our companies that we've assisted to develop their product up to where we see them now. They are currently at Gauteng. I think one of the CEDA representative, I think it's Sebili, indicated that they work with Gauteng. So this is one of our companies that we've developed, and they are found at Gauteng. So we are known as Ekasi Labs to many out there in the townships. We are replicating the same model that the Innovation Hub has here, but we are replicating it in the township. As we speak, we are found in 14 townships. So Mamelodi, Mabopane, Rankua, Tembisa, Katlerong, Alex, Soweto, Sharpeville, Sebokeng, West Rand. West Rand is Motlhakeng, and Gariso. We are also found in Danifanzel and Diepsloot. So those are centers that are co-sharing spaces. Entrepreneurs that are in our program, they could walk in at any given point, have access to a computer, access to the internet, access to a meeting room. But if we look at our database now, we are currently servicing entrepreneurs from more than 50 townships of Gauteng. In terms of our existence, we exist to promote innovation and encourage entrepreneurship in Gauteng as Ekasi Lab. How do we do this? We are hosting innovation stimulating initiatives such as Startup Weekend, hackathons, decision thinking workshop, and business boot camps. So at any given point in one of the facilities, you would find one of these activities happening where aspiring entrepreneurs are invited to be part of our activity, and they will pitch their idea. I think one good thing about us is as well is we don't complete forms. So you're not going to come in and complete a form in order to be in our program. You have to pitch your idea to our panel, and they make a determination whether you can be assisted or not. And as I said, as the Innovation Hub and Ekasi Lab, we run the biggest enterprise development in the country. And I'm saying that without a shadow of doubt, because in the township, with this particular unit, we are having 251 SMMEs or entrepreneurs that are being supported as we speak. So that is just on Ekasi Lab and the Innovation Hub. So we run business incubation program, we run cluster development, we've got demand-led solution and skills development. On the next slide here, because we are funded by the Gauteng government, we put this slide here so that we show what is it that our work is supposed to impact. So it's not just about us going to work or, So Gauteng province is known as the economic hub of South Africa. I think one of the previous speakers also indicated that. But in order for it to remain that, there are certain things that need to happen. We need to start creating new industries to replace the ones that are no longer giving us the results. We used to have mining in Gauteng, and mining is no longer giving us the results. In the Valley, we used to have a large steel manufacturing that is no longer giving results. So what our work is supposed to do, it's supposed to make sure that we replace what we are losing with mining, transport with Transnet, and the mining. The population of Gauteng, everyone comes from everywhere around the country. They come to Gauteng every year, add the numbers. So there need to be some opportunities that are also coming to cater for those people. So we believe that through our work, we'll be able to give these people that are coming to Gauteng opportunities, because if we don't, then we're going to have to start having a lot more issues around crime and other things. So our work is meant to make sure that there are more opportunities available in the province. So currently the province contributes 33.2% to the national GDP. So we really need to make sure that it goes up. And as we speak, this GDP is greater than both KZN and Cape Town, Western Cape. So we really need to keep working very hard so that the investors as well, because they would want to invest in an economy that is working. So unemployment rate, we need our SMMEs and entrepreneurs to create jobs. And as we speak, our entrepreneurs and SMEs are doing that. They are growing, and the results will start showing soon. But it is one of the measures for our incubator to measure ourselves if we are doing well or not. So we are creating the jobs that are needed. So the unemployment rate is 34% compared to the national rate, which is 32.1. But we take into account the fact that at any given point, there'll be somebody coming to Gauteng to look for opportunities. So we really need to get it below the national unemployment rate, and through the SMMEs, we'll be able to get there. So because we are based in the township, the dynamics in the township and in the suburb areas are not the same. So we felt that maybe because we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs, we must also tell you what are some of the things that we see happening in the townships and some of the things that we are able to correct. So from here, you would see there's a lot of things that we're saying we find in the township, but that's what our support then entails, to address some of the things that you find here. So most of the companies that we find in the township, their product or their services are addressing their local needs. So if I leave now, I can go to Mabopane, I'll find somebody that would tell me about their skincare range or skincare product that they are doing, but they are servicing Mamelodi. And I would go to Mabopane, I'll find somebody also that is doing exactly that. And the market is saturated in the township, because our SMMEs, they are giving exactly the same product, more of the same product for the same markets. So, and I'm not saying because the market is saturated, the business are not working. The businesses are working. We've got guys that are making detergents. And now you'll find there's one in Gauteng, their business model will be different. Or how they deliver their product to their customer, how do they price, how they get the funds in, you find that it's different. So the businesses are still working, but they're just not able to grow to the point that we want them to grow. These SMMEs are characterized by very low profit margins or no profit at all. I think it's because most of the SMMEs, when they go out to buy their raw material, because of the small nature of SMMEs, you find that they buy in small packages, and that costs them a lot. And as a result, their profit then gets impacted by the cost of the product. And I think the issue of where they operate from as well is also a factor there. increase dependency on grants to grow and sustain businesses. Other people, they call them grantpreneurs. So in the township, we find a lot of SMMEs that would not want to invest more into their business, but say, CEDA is going to come through for me. They're going to give me 50K and then and I always tell them as well, Jorge, you cannot grow your business on grants. If you wait for the grant doesn't come when you want it. It comes when it can be approved and released by finance. So you could be, and I'm sure entrepreneurs that are here, they know, they come to our office and we say, we're going to give you the grant next week or next month. And 3 months later, we still haven't given you the grant. If you stopped your business on that base to say you're going to get a grant in 3 months, then the business will probably die while you're still waiting. So if there's one thing then around grant that I would want to say, is never to depend on grants to grow the business. Most of the grants, when you get them, they are supposed to elevate the business, but you don't get it when you really want it. SMMEs that we find in the township, we also find that some of them, they fail to adapt to digital technologies and new learnings. So we find SMMEs that they've been doing business forever, before 2010, and they just got used to doing it the wrong way. So those, we find a whole lot of them. I'll give you an example of one entrepreneur that we were struggling so much with him in terms of how he runs his business. And one of the suggestions was, let's get an intern to assist with this business. We got an intern to run the bank accounts because he would use the business money as and when it comes through. Got an intern to assist, run the business account. And any work that comes into the workshop will go through the intern, and the intern will authorize the work. Before the work release, she would have to receive payment. And our entrepreneur would then, realizing that he doesn't have access, he would then go overnight. He would go into his workshop, print the work that he has been paid that he doesn't want the intern to check, and pocket the money from his own business just because he could not have access. So those are some of the challenges that you find that when we work with township and SMMEs, because they were so used to just the business being there, like them being in control of the bank account, and then they'll just take the money as it comes through. Okay, we've got the recommendation there, but here on this slide, we've got a picture of one of our entrepreneurs, that CEDA, the previous colleagues, Billy and the team. They took her to China with one of her products. So we also, on the slides, you said we're going to put some recommendations there to say, what is it that we think should be done here? We should be very proactive, host sector-specific innovation, stimulating activities such as hackathons, startup weekends, and boot camps. Why? Because we want to make sure that the market at least open up, so we can have boot camps on food waste management, water and sanitation, or energy efficiencies. Then that will allow us to get new kind of entrepreneurs coming through, but not just exactly what we've been having. And we said here we could also work with corporate to develop suppliers of the future. I mean, most corporates, they've got a department that is called strategic sourcing. So if as enterprise development entities, we build relationship with these corporates, then we understand what is it that they're going to need in the next year, in the next 2 years. Then when we go to the ground to work, then we are able to build enterprises that would then fit into the supply chains of these big corporates. And we said we need to invent new product for national and international markets. So our product should not just be for our own township or our own community. So they must transit to other markets, nationally and internationally. And facilitation of mentorship, I think we do, as the Innovation Hub, I'm sure the bulk of our budget when it comes to enterprise development, we do facilitate mentorship. business and technical mentorship. So we do find companies that comes to us with just concept on paper. They haven't done a prototype. And through our business and technical mentorship, we're able to get the product out there. And we also had the characteristics of township entrepreneurs. And we've got two pictures there of how we find them most of the time and how we make them look a few months later. They would be on the street, and then we can put them very close to the Woolworths and hoping to just get them in through the door. And we said one of the characteristics, we said most, when we find them, they are very informal. No bank account, no CK document, nothing, no registration whatsoever. So we get them like we have with their resellers, spaza shops, and agricultural products. Most of them, when we find them, they are what is called necessity entrepreneurs. They are driven by unemployment and poverty. So they come there not because they saw a gap or there's an opportunity, but they just come there because, you know what, I don't have a job, so I might as well just start a business and see how it goes. Lucky enough, some they come with workable ideas that as the Innovation Hub, we are able to assist them. We also have a lack of information or knowledge of business they are entering into. So through the Innovation Hub programs, we are able to share knowledge with the entrepreneurs. We also have this stagnation that we see with a whole lot of them after they've been into our programs, where one of the colleagues said maybe there could be something called entrepreneurial fatigue, where we find a person has been coming all right for 2 years, 3 years, and they reach this level where things are just not moving. They're not going down, they're not going up. And despite all the mentorship and the guidance and everything, you just find them stuck there. And if nothing happens, 9 out of 10, you find that the business will go down because they're just not, So some of the delegates here, they were asking about some mental wellness activities that could happen in the SMME space. I think in our programs, we've got mentors that deals with that. So we are able to arrange, especially for those ones that we feel like if with a little bit of just a push, they would go over the hurdle and, so we are able to arrange mentors that would sit with them, listen to their issues, because as we are not skilled in that department, we allow them, the psychologists to sit with them and guide them. In other days it works out, in other days it doesn't, but we also say township SMMEs are prone to failure, so they do fail a lot. Even in our programs, they do fail. But one thing about our program is we are able to keep them there longer. And when you keep them there longer, the chances of success then increases. We also had a recommendation here to say we need more outreaches program for information sharing. So we want people to know about programs that are there to assist them and not fail on their own thinking that there's no support. I think after today, with the presentation that we had from CEDA, from DSI, TIA, we know that support is there. And also here, working for government, I'm saying support is there. We included a slide on small business failure rate. And on this slide, we just highlight that CEDA is reporting that up to 80% of all new businesses within 5 years fail, which is a very cause for concern because investment has already gone into those companies. And we wanted to look at why they fail. And we said, number one, we said lack of innovation. So on my previous slides, I talked about market saturation, where we're just creating exactly the same product. We are not saying lack of innovation, innovation high at all. All we are saying is it's not at the level that, make the things happen. We do get a lot of sustaining innovation. So we just get smaller improvements on existing products or services. And it can only take us so far. So we are looking for those breakthrough innovations. We are looking for disruptive innovations. And we currently we are not getting a lot of those. And with those, it's easier to access funding. Lack of business skills. I think with every business incubator that you would have, business skills is critical. We get a lot of SMMEs that comes into our program. They've never been into an entrepreneurship class before coming into our facility. So it means we are starting from the ground. So there's no base for us to start from. So which means we are going to start training on ideation, value proposition, target market, pricing, business plan, everything. So and we also had the poor levels of education or quality of education. And this, I think one of the commentator online, Miss Barbara, did a study on the ICASILE program. And on her study, when it came out, it shows that the majority of our SMMEs just had a matric or an undergraduate, if we're lucky. So we did not have anyone with masters and PhDs in our programs. Access to market. As the Innovation Hub, we do this very well. I think we are one of the people that does it very well. Currently, we're planning access to market activations for mall activations, where we're going to take our SMMEs to various malls, put them there with their products so that they could be able to showcase what they've done, attract new clients. And I've done it in the Val before, and through that, the SMMEs were able to attract and keep the clients. Inability to access finance is one of the other reasons that they indicated. It's a cause for failure. And as other speakers said, finance is there. We just need to package ourselves very well. Finance is the lifeblood of any business. If you don't get it, the business could end up going down. So we really need to package ourselves very well, and then we'll get this finance. We also took note of this ESD programs that are happening in our townships, and we said, yes, we are seeing a whole lot of them in the township, but the programs are more about the corporates, what the corporates can get done, what the SMEs can gain. They offer short-term, 1 to 3 months, lavish launches and graduation. I think this is because there's the BEE law requires that they give us. Okay, my time is up. So should I just? Okay, so most of the enterprises do not end up on the supply data pays. We had recommendations there that instead of these short programs, an investment already established program would do more good. Corporate to be in it for the long haul, not just for 3 months or a month. BE regulations to incorporate inclusion of enterprises into supply database so that they can do a bit more. And lastly, we just had the conclusions in terms of what we thought could be done. And we said corporates to partner or invest in already established program instead of coming for 1 month, 3 month program. Increase investment on incubator and accelerator as they have proven themselves to build resilience on SMMEs. Improvement on the quality of education and including entrepreneurship as a module. And I can give you an example there. I went to one of the TVETs in the Val, and the students were doing N6 for plumbing, electronics, and all that. And when I asked them if they've been into an entrepreneurship class, they have never been into one, and they were graduating. Adoption of digital technologies to improve efficiency, speed, and quality, and strengthening of management capability through mentorships. And lastly, we just had the government to improve on the coordination of support by its entities. I think one of the colleagues also indicated this, that our SMMEs, they go to GEP, get a business plan, NYDA, get a business plan. and no one, like the GEP person doesn't know that the person is getting that on at NYDA. So if we had a system of sort where I would pick up what support is being granted on the other side, then I'll do something else different. And that is that from the Innovation Hub, and these are my contact details. And we are just across.
Thank you, Mr. Sikwa, and apologies. We are aware that some of the participants have got shuttles that are booked to pick them up. So we really have to now speed up and make some changes on the program. So Mr. Sikwa is the only panelist that's still available to take questions. We only have 5 minutes, and if anyone has got a question, please let's keep to one question per individual and really a brief one, because we have very, very limited time. If you do have a question, Tebogo, if you can check online that at least one question per person. Yes, sir.
Good day. My name is Solomon Mogoru. I'm from the Transi app. I'm incubated at the Innovation Hub under Maxim. I have one question because I'm staying in Mamelodi, so there is a Innovation Hub in Mamelodi. Normally when I will go there, they will say to me, because I'm incubated at the Maxim, I must come here in Silverton. So I just wanted to know if, are you guys working together, or if I'm incubated under Maxim, I'm not allowed to go to Mamelodi, because every time I go there, they chase me away, and it's my nearest one that I'm close to when I'm that side of Mamelodi. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there another one so that we can at least allow two? Yes, ma'am, just one question, please, Darren. Then you'll have 2 questions to address.
Sorry, no, I heard one question. All right. Out of the 10. All right, the one I'm going to highlight, but thank you, is, it's one sentence, ne? It says, do you take cognizance of the fact that in Gauteng you've got townships that are actually semi-rural, called what SMMEs, Hammanskraal, Patong, and those, as an example, those normally don't access the opportunities that you find, like the ones of, like Kido Cool is one of our SMMEs, by the way. And people like about Kido Cool, they do roll-ons and body sprays just for the help of everyone. And those are very smart women, intelligent, they can sell themselves, they have the charm, but they are always advantaged against some of our more semi-rural SMMEs. Do we also try and make the effort to accommodate those SMMEs? And I wonder whether ICASIM program does accommodate such challenges and opportunities that you've raised. I try to make it one sentence. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question. I think I'll answer the brother this side first. With regards to us and Maxim not working together, we are working together. We are one unit, and you should be able to use Mamelodi ICASI lab instead of coming to Pretoria. And I think my details were here on the screen, so you can just send me an email and then I'll link you up with the manager that is responsible for Mamelodi. And ma'am, this side with regards to the rural, semi-rural areas of Gauteng, the team goes out to everywhere in Gauteng. They get invited to each and every area around Gauteng. They do host outreaches in these areas where they inform people about our program. And now and again, we go into these areas and host a pitching session where they could present their ideas to our panel, and then they could be recruited. And we are the Innovation Hub. It does happen that sometimes we don't find what we're looking for, but we always believe that with the skill that we leave, next time we come, we get what we're looking for, or CEDA or another entity will come in and then improve from where we left off.
Thank you. We've got a question online. Our speaker, if you can make one question, please, and just make it brief. Then we'll come back to you, ma'am, as our 4th one.
I think they can let Pumla unmute. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Pumla. I'm from AFRE, Sasofspace. My question is, throughout this seminar, we've just been referring to innovators, like using innovators and entrepreneurs as interchangeable, as if you are an innovator, you are also an entrepreneur. So, and my question is, do you have models where if a person is just an innovator, they are just good at innovating things, but not necessarily at being good business people? Do you have good models where those people can be compensated for their work, but the commercialization side of the business then is then maybe accommodated in a particular model? I don't know if you understood my question.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we just take the last question here? And please note that for those that are here, there is a networking session afterwards for some of the speakers that will still remain, so you can still ask questions, but we just want to make sure that those that need to leave, we do not disturb them. Yes, ma'am, one question from you.
Thank you very much. My comment and question is to Dr. Anita. An example is the CARDA project that was referenced, and there was mention of 50 devices going to KZN and 250 devices going to the Free State. So my question is, with so much of support monetary going into the initial phases of development, and it touches to the previous session, the question of access to market, and what support is there generally to help businesses so that they can grow and safeguard against getting into that perpetual problem of debt with the failure of a business and then having to be stuck with, for example, a loan. So 50 and 250 is a very small number when you're talking about access to markets. Thank you.
No, thanks, ma'am, for that question. Unfortunately, both our colleagues from ITSI are no longer there, but I think what you're raising is applicable even beyond, TIA. Mr. Sifwa, if you can respond to the question that was raised earlier, please.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think as on my presentation, I indicated that we've got a new unit at the Innovation Hub called Tech and Innovation, and which aims to commercialize technologies and innovations that are coming out from universities. So that will be innovations that maybe came through research, but they were never commercialized. So that unit from the Innovation Hub, it's been set up to assist those innovators that do not have maybe the capability to go and commercialize, and through that unit they will be able to get their innovation commercialized and a compensation thereof to come of them. I think they call it licensing, so they could license their innovations to somebody else to use.
I hope the person who asked that was able to get that. But Mr. Super did share his contact details. I don't know who's running the slides. If you can just show his contact details there so that we can grab them. Unfortunately, our time for the Q&A has ended, and actually my time also here has ended. And with that, I would like to request Thank you, Mr. Sifra. I would like to request from the Department of Small Business and Development, Ms. Nomfezeko Ntiga, who's the Director for Innovation and Digital Business. She will do the closing remarks, and my time here is done, has ended. She wants me off. Thank you. Over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first apologize for DDG Delwa, who was supposed to be here to deliver the closing remarks. She received the last minute duty call to which she had to attend. So on behalf of her, I am going to do the closing remarks. My name is Nomfezeko Ntiga. As the program director has mentioned, I'm the Director for Innovation and Digital Business in the Department of Small Business Development. So today, colleagues, has been a testament to what can be achieved when we
come together. From the robust presentations and discussions among the stakeholders, it is clear that South Africa's innovation ecosystem is vibrant, diverse, and brimming with potential. From the Department of Small Business Development, I want to emphasize the innovation is at the heart of our mandate. Small businesses and entrepreneurs are the lifeblood of our economy. Our role as the department is not just to support the innovation, but to ensure that the support reaches all innovators, especially those in the marginalized communities. What I take away today is the reaffirmation that innovation must be inclusive to be impactful. This means ensuring access by giving all entrepreneurs tools, training, and resources they need to thrive. Collaboration through partnerships across government, private sector, academia, and civil society to create synergies that amplify impact. Thirdly, sustainability by empowering innovators not only to create solutions, but sustain businesses that continue to generate value for generations to come. As we hear today, innovation is not just about technology, it is about creating solutions that respond to the lived realities of our people. As we heard from the previous speaker, Mr. James, that the products that are developed in the townships respond to the needs of the local people. And again, I must also mention that innovation is also not about getting the new technology in the market. It is sometimes about looking at the business processes and identifying areas that can be optimized to drive efficiency and effectiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I want to leave you with a challenge that let us not stop here. Let us continue to strengthen this ecosystem we are building. Whether you are an innovator, policymaker, or a partner, we all have a role to play in ensuring that innovation truly serves the people of South Africa. On behalf of DSBD, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our strategic partners who made this seminar possible, the presenters, the SMMEs that we have here today, and everyone who joined us today. Your commitment to advancing innovation and inclusive development inspired us all. Together, let us ensure that every idea has the chance to become a business, and every business has the chance to change lives. Thank you, and I wish you all the best as you continue to innovate, collaborate, and lead us into the future. Thank you very much.